All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you are new. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for joining me today. See that the bit rate, I don't know if it's the bit rate or just the quality of the stream in general. Not too great with the camera right now. I don't think it's the camera. The camera's fully focused. So, sorry about that. But yeah, appreciate you guys joining me today. Sunday. It is the first day of fall. Did you guys know this? Did you know that today marks the first day of fall? Summer's officially over. It's officially over. Butterscotch colored t-shirt. Oh, I don't think so. But yeah, tomorrow state of play announcement. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, it seems like if it's really happening on Tuesday, the announcement's going to happen tomorrow. Sony seems to be getting more comfortable with announcing their events like 24 hours in advance. So, but Mike, the legendary gamer, is that true? That can't be true. No. No, don't tell me that. But here's what we're going to be talking about today, guys. We have some next-gen rumors ready to go. What's up, Devil Shooter? It's all good, man. I appreciate you giving the heads up. Yeah, no pressure, dude. No pressure. Yeah, today we have some next-gen rumors to go over regarding both PlayStation and Xbox. And it's very interesting because it seems like potentially both Sony and Microsoft are planning to deploy a very similar, if not exactly the same strategy. Well, maybe not exactly the same. I'm talking from the hardware front, but we're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk about Astro Bot because, man, you would think that out of all the things that PlayStation has done, surely Astro Bot, right? Surely Astro Bot is like, you know, stay away from Astro Bot. Everybody can agree Astro Bot's good. But no, there's at least one outlet that will not surprise anybody, maybe, that just can't help themselves, man. They just can't help themselves. We're going to talk about Silent Hill 2 because, again, a lot of people seemingly completely missed the fact that Silent Hill 2 was announced as a PlayStation 5 console exclusive literally years ago. And there's a whole drama surrounding that. We'll talk about it. And we'll see what other conversations we end up having over the course of the stream today. We have Waylark coming out with a super chat. It says Colin Moriarty getting clowned for reporting on Concord. I did see that, yeah. It's interesting because the big thing that everybody seems to be dismissing with his report is the idea that that the game cost $400 million to develop. And yeah, he does seem to be getting clowned on for that. And I actually saw some people were trying to like provide proof of like adding up everything. Like, I mean, I didn't look too deeply into it, but generally speaking, it seems like the $400 million number might not be correct. I'll be real with you, man. Everything else about the report, though, that we went over sounds 100% believable. Like, there's nothing about it that sounds like, oh, man, I can't fathom that, or nah, I don't know about that one. The only thing maybe is the $400 million, but I'm sure if it's not true, we will find out. And we have Delwyn Jones coming in. Delwyn saying, here is fun to asking, interesting to hear from you, MBG. What game from PlayStation, I guess any PlayStation generation, would you love to bring back in a remaster / remake within the PlayStation generation? PS1, 2, 3, and 4. One game each generation that you want. That's a good one. Well, the PS1 for me is easy, and the good news about the PS1 game I would choose is it's very likely going to happen. Metal Gear Solid 1. You know, I mean, we're getting Metal Gear Solid 3 remade, but you know, MGS1 it's a PlayStation 1 era game, and it was remade for like the GameCube a long time ago, but I want to see like a Metal Gear Solid Delta level remake brought to Metal Gear Solid 1. So that would be my PS1 game. PS2, that's a tricky one, man. PS2, what? I mean, I guess it depends on like if we're talking about remakes and remasters, like can we maybe throw in like reboots as well? Can we, because if we're throwing in reboots, like considering SOCOM began on the PlayStation 2, I got to be honest with you, man, I would love to see SOCOM get a full reboot, start over on the PS5. I mean, I guess it would be a remake if they just call it like SOCOM US Navy SEALs. And I know that's maybe not the first pick for a lot of people, but I've been saying for a long time, like I'd love to see SOCOM come back. PS3 era. And it's weird because like I think I'd be open to a lot of different things from the PS3 era because I missed a lot of PlayStation games from that era. You know, I did play Infamous Second Son on the PS4, and a lot of people were telling me that I really missed out on some good games with Infamous 1 and 2. So I almost feel like maybe from PS3 I would choose to see like Infamous, like the first one, or just the first two remade. See how they would hold up. Compare them, you know, to like what I played, which honestly with Infamous is only Infamous Second Son. That'd be really interesting. And for PS4, I mean, I feel like this one's obvious. This is the one that probably everybody will say, but Bloodborne. You know, sorry if that's a cop out, but I loved Bloodborne, and I would absolutely love to see that game remade or remastered. Motorstorm would be a good one too, actually. Yeah, I did play a little bit of Motorstorm, but I specifically played it at a GameStop PS3 kiosk. But that would be cool to see that come back. So I guess that's what I would want, man. MGS1, SOCOM, Infamous, and Bloodborne. So I appreciate the super chat, Delwyn. Definitely something interesting there. And we have Hollywood Will Burn with a super chat saying, Silent Hill 2 original just got a first-person / over-the-shoulder mod compatible with Enhanced Edition. It makes Silent Hill 2 OG feel modern as a first-party Sony game. That's really interesting, Hollywood Will Burn. I think it's kind of funny that it took this long for somebody to create a mod. I guess maybe the Silent Hill 2 remake is what inspired that, right? At least that would be my guess. Like, oh yeah, maybe we should try to see if we could get something like that worked up for the original game. Very interesting. We also have Capono5150 using his milestone chat. He says, today is the first day of fall, a time of balance, the time to harvest, the time of reflection or rebirth. Capono coming in, being deep today. I like the sound of it. I love fall. Fall is my favorite season, you know. I love the weather. I love the balance between it's not too cool, it's not too warm, it's just perfect. Leaves on the ground, it's nice. Halloween, horror month, you know, October usually that's the month of horror, and I always get into it. Apparently, Sony's going to kick off the first week of fall with a State of Play. So I guess we'll see. IP Gaming says living in the South, there is no fall. We have Paul coming in using his milestone chat saying, what is everyone doing at the Cerny party? Also, will be cool to see PlayStation 6 with Radeon UDNA GPU. I don't know if that's been confirmed or not, and I don't even know what that is, but it sounds pretty cool. Yeah, we're going to talk about that, Paul. We're going to talk a little bit about Sony's next-gen plans and what they're apparently getting ready to do. This was something that I think went a little bit underreported, but considering the source, it actually is something that I think people should be. I mean, I get it. Like the question that's going to pop up is like, bro, why are we already talking about PlayStation 6 when, you know, when like we just heard about the PS5 Pro. Actually, you're saying, damn, how did I get the platinum this week, MBG? I thought I wouldn't even be ranked. Where's Corey been? Yeah, I don't know, man. Well, first off, yeah. Come on, even when Exley's out here being like, bro, how did I get the platinum trophy? We got to step it up, guys. We got to step it up. A lot of people losing their membership badges. Re-up your membership. Consider dropping a member gift. We got to keep that train going, bro. I don't know. Yeah, that happens, I guess, actually. But I appreciate the support, dude. But yeah, I don't know where Corey went. A lot of people have been asking about Corey. I mean, I don't know how. I wouldn't know how to get in contact with the person, and that's probably like, you know, overstepping certain boundaries there. But people have been asking, and I don't know. I don't know, man. Maybe something came up. I mean, hopefully nothing bad happened to the guy, you know? That would, it's always kind of a worry. But I guess we'll see. I'll tell you what, I'll start to worry if Corey doesn't come back. If he doesn't come back or show up by the time MGS3 comes out or Delta, then I'll be concerned. Then I'll genuinely be concerned. Like something ain't right. Because I know that's like the biggest game he was looking forward to. We have Apocalyptic saying there's going to be any regular edition. You're asking, are there going to be any regular edition PS5 Pros on the 26th? Yeah, that's the same day the regular edition PS5 Pro goes up. So you will be able to pre-order. I don't know if they're going to like sell out or not. And actually comes in. He's like, you know what? I got to try to maintain my platinum status here, bro. He drops 5 membership gifts for you guys. Actually, thank you so much, my friend. He's kicking it off today. He's throwing it up there. He's trying to give out those membership gifts. Good stuff, actually. Thank you. And I gotta do it, you know?
Get some! Get some!
I'm seeing that there's like a resurgence for Helldivers 2. A lot of people going back to Helldivers 2 because the developers listened to the player base and they buffed everything. People love it. So glad to see that. Definitely glad to see that. Let me add that to the counter here. And so Kane Z7, I'm going to read your chat. You're saying here, MBG's Platinum is pay to win, FML. It is. It is. Yeah. I know that's unfortunate, but, you know, I don't make the rules. Wait, actually, I do. Let me update the member goal. So, yeah, guys, before we dive into any of these topics today, I do just want to, again, thank everybody for being here. I want to let you guys know a couple of ways you can support the channel. The easiest way to support the channel, just hit that like button. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the streams, hitting that like button lets me know, and it helps with YouTube's algorithm. See if we can get up to 100 likes. And just want to let you know a couple of ways you can support the channel and the content directly. This channel is completely fan-funded. We don't really do sponsorships or anything like that. And so I'm only able to produce this content at the rate that I am because you guys make it possible. So consider becoming a channel member. You gain access to exclusive perks such as the Members Lounge, exclusive member gameplay sessions, among other things. If you're already a member, consider gifting memberships like Exley did, dropping 5. It really helps out. Also consider dropping a super chat. You can ask a question, give an opinion, make a statement, and there is a direct donation link pinned at the top of the chat as well. You can leave a message just like you would a super chat, but 100% of what you donate goes directly to the content creator. So thank you to everybody who fan funds the channel and makes this content possible. Without you guys, I wouldn't be able to do it. Thank you so much. And we have a Hotshot 845 using his milestone chat saying, MBG, do you know if Death Stranding 2 is coming to the TGS special stage? Yes. Yeah, so TGS begins on the 24th, on Tuesday, but the actual special Death Stranding 2 presentation hosted by Hideo Kojima, he's going to have, it's presented by PlayStation, that's happening on the 29th. So it's a couple days later. And it's going to be really interesting to see what this presentation has to offer, because Death Stranding 2, I feel like, is a game that it doesn't have a ton of hype around it, but I think that's because we haven't seen too much of it. But it seems likely, I could be wrong about this, but if I had to guess, when we see Death Stranding 2 again, yeah, my bad, it starts on the 26th. You're right. I'm pretty sure that's when it starts. Sorry about that. But the next time we see Death Stranding 2, I'm pretty sure we're going to see gameplay. You know, like a gameplay demonstration or something like that. Just more raw gameplay. Will it be streamed? I think it will be. I don't know that I'm going to be able to react to it live, though, because I'm pretty sure by like when it's going to be streamed, it's going to be like 3 a.m. or something here. So I'll be in bed. But yeah, I'm really excited to see more Death Stranding. Death Stranding 2 is one of my most anticipated games. I know it's not for everybody, but all right. So yeah, I'm going to stream from my bed. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll have it like programmed. It'll go live. Like I'll have the webcam on. I'll just be sleeping in bed. And that's what you'll see in the top left corner, but I'll still have the presentation playing. Actually says if I somehow get the 30th anniversary Pro edition, I would sell it. Too much money to be made. Some rich PlayStation fan might spend 20K on it. You never know. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, it would be tempting, right? Like, I don't know. It's one of those things where it would be difficult for me to sell because it's just like, man, nobody has this. Nobody. I don't know. For me, I could like just flex it on my YouTube channel, I guess. So in a way, I could like leverage it that way. But I do get what you're saying where who knows how much these things are going to be worth. I mean, you have to imagine quite a bit. Quite a bit. But the first thing I want to talk to you guys about, and I do need to say this before I go any further. I don't know if it's coming through the microphone or not, but my throat is pretty sore and scratchy, and I'm finding it a little bit more difficult to talk at a normal volume that I normally would on the stream. So if I seem like I'm talking a little bit quieter today or just like less enthusiastically, that's why. It's because it's kind of a lot of strain. So I also just need to say, like, I don't know if my voice is going to give out at some point. So I'm just kind of putting that out there now. But yeah, it's kind of the problem with the changing of the seasons, you know. Happens every time. All right. So the first thing I want to talk about here, basically got a couple of rants I want to go on. Not like insane rants or anything, but rants nonetheless. And we have Kane Z7. He says, most rich sports players are PlayStation fans. I bet LeBron or Neymar would buy a $20K 30th anniversary PS5 Pro. Yeah, you're probably right about that. That is true. However, I will say, knowing Sony, they'll probably send out some of these. But they'll probably send LeBron James one, one of the 12,300, as long as he does a dedicated unboxing of it or something, or promotion of it. Oh, he's actually an Xbox fan. Every time he games, it's on Xbox. Are you sure about that? Didn't Sony have like a collaboration with him for like a controller, like a limited edition controller? I'm pretty sure. That's awkward. Yeah, that's really awkward. Not sure what's going on there. We have Surge343 with his 20th time dropping a super chat. Surge, thank you so much for that, man. Really appreciate the support, bud. You're saying heading out to watch football, but wanted to pop in. Check out my X profile for my ranking of the top 5 first-party series. What's your ranking? Playing Space Marine 2. What's your current game? Well, I just wrapped up Astro Bot, and to be honest, I've kind of been dabbling in Astro Bot a little bit. Not a whole lot, but I noticed when I've been booting up my PlayStation, that's kind of what I've just been going to, because I guess that's what I've been spending the most amount of time playing, and just kind of playing some of the challenge runs or just kind of playing through some levels. And my son, he started playing it as well, which is probably why I'm still kind of on it. And he is always asking for my help to get through certain parts. So I'm basically just kind of, I guess you could say I'm kind of playing through it with him. But on top of that, Mrs. MBG is also playing it on her profile. And she's she's not really asking for my help that often, but sometimes I'll just kind of sit down and watch her play a little bit, see how she's enjoying it. So that's pretty much what I've been playing. But next up, I'm not sure. I mean, I want to play Space Marine 2, but we're closing, like, it's the 22nd. Like, we're not in October yet, but before I know it, it's going to be October 1st. And I'm like, oh, wait, Until Dawn's coming out in a couple days. And then Silent Hill's coming out. So there's a chance that right now I might just keep kind of messing around with Astro Bot, maybe playing a little bit of Helldivers 2, and just kind of waiting for Until Dawn and Silent Hill. And then maybe after that, like I could see myself maybe playing Space Marine 2 maybe sometime in November or December. But Surge, let me check here. Telling me. So top 5 first party. Top 5 first party. So yours is number 1, God of War. Number 2, Uncharted. Number 3, The Last of Us. Number 4, Spider-Man. And number 5, Horizon. So if I had to do my top 5, just off the top of my head, number 5, I feel like it would be easier to go in the order of like 1 to 5. I'm going to do it in a reverse order here. I know it's a little bit underwhelming to do it that way, but number 1, I think would have to be. Oh God, it's so tough. It's so tough. Like, I want to say God of War as well, because dude, God of War 2018 and Ragnarok truly left like a lasting impact on me. So I'm going to say number 1 is probably God of War. Number 2. Well, number 1 would probably be if we're talking like every game, like third party, MGS. But if we're just talking about like PlayStation, like their first party franchises, number 1 would be God of War. Number 2 would be Ghost of Tsushima. Number 3 would be The Last of Us. Number 4, gosh, man, I don't know. I don't know if I could say Days Gone, because I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's not like a series, you know? So for number 4, I'd probably put Death Stranding. And then for number 5, truthfully, probably Astro Bot, man. No Uncharted. Well, the thing is, I have to. I don't know. I did play Uncharted 4, like I said, but I feel like I would have to do a proper start to finish playthrough where I'd have to play more Uncharted games and get more familiar with the series to really feel like, you know, I could actually put that in my top 5, because it might, I don't know, it might not end up in my top 5, but yeah, man. I got to put Astro at number 5. I can't deny. I don't know, man. I want to put like Helldivers in there too, because I was thinking about it this year. Like, I was thinking about it, right? And I'm like, dude, people. You're saying Astro over Horizon is diabolical. Like, that's the thing, dude. I do like Horizon, but I'm telling you, man, like, as time has went on, I don't know. I just kind of realized, like, it's not in my top 5. It's not bad. It's really good. It's a really good game. Oh, shit. Returnal as well. Man, I don't know. See, this is where it's like, I have to think about this a little bit harder. I really have to put more thought into it. It's my honeymoon phase for Astro for sure. Yeah, I don't know. If I do end up playing the Horizon Zero Dawn remaster, I'll probably be like, you know what, actually. Oh, yeah, Ratchet and Clank. God, you know what? Now I'm stressed. See what you did, Surge? Yeah, well, that's in the moment, just off the top of my head. But I was thinking about Helldivers 2, and you know what? Listen, man. It is just wild to me to see the amount of people that kind of continue to make it seem like Sony hasn't had a good offering of games this year. And this isn't a matter of defense, because it's like, think what you want. If you think Sony has no games, okay. But it's weird, because when I look at it, I'm like, dude, the 2 games I had legitimately the most fun with this year, like, just by far the most fun, like, just enjoyable, like, wow, I'm having a great time. Helldivers 2 and Astro Bot, easily. You know? And I'm not just saying that. Like, those were some of the funnest experiences I had all year. And I just think it's kind of funny how it's like, well, I don't know, man. That's for me. Actually, you're saying you just finished the Plucky Squire. Very fun, charming game. Mrs. MBG would love it. Maybe I'll look into it. Yeah, I saw that. Didn't that launch into PlayStation Plus Extra? Surge, thank you for the super chat, buddy. We have Apocalyptic saying, if you pre-order, does the money come out then or on launch? That's a good question. Does anybody know the answer to this? It's been a long time since I pre-ordered anything from PlayStation Direct. If I had to guess, they just take it from you immediately. Like, I would make sure you have the money for it if you're going to pre-order it, because I know it's different for every retailer, but I see multiple people in the chat saying they take it right away. Immediately. Yeah, I think with PlayStation Direct, because keep in mind, if you want to pre-order a PS5 Pro, they open up on PlayStation Direct first on September 26th. That's the only place you can pre-order the PS5 Pro. And then at other retailers, October 10th is when you can try to pre-order from them. But everybody here is saying that if you pre-order it from PlayStation Direct, it takes the money right away. So you're going to want to make sure that, you got the money. That's interesting. Actually says when I got the PS5, they did it immediately on PlayStation Direct. But when I got the Astro DualSense, they did it at shipping. Well, yeah, in that case, I would just play it safe. If you're going to pre-order it, just make sure you have the money, just in case they do take it, because you don't want to have your pre-order get rejected because they go to take the money and it's just not there. Funds aren't available. We have the Game Prophet. He says, so happy to hear MBG, or to be here, MBG, watching your PlayStation News stream. It's the best part of my morning. Well, thank you so much for that, Game Prophet. I'm glad I could be a part of your morning, bro. And I'm glad you enjoy it. Appreciate you being a member to the channel and supporting it. Gaming Survivor says, word of the month, toxic positivity. Both employees and some fans are like this after PS5 Pro cost and Concord's fumble. Is it time to be more critical? Yeah, toxic positivity, aka being diluted. Is it time? I mean, I would say, yeah, people have to be more critical, but I think the problem is that, like, the toxic positivity is already being balanced out by toxic criticism, right? Where it's like the people who would normally be critical are being hypercritical because they're seeing people being overly positive and toxically positive. And so I guess what I would say is, rather than just being more critical, just try to be more balanced, you know, in your assessment. Really think about the reasoning behind what you're saying and understand whether it comes from a more holistic viewpoint where it's like, what I'm saying is applicable to the majority, or if it's coming from your own personal opinion. Obviously, there's always kind of a mix of both, but just try to be more balanced. That's what I would say. Miguel says, hi, MBG. Hope all is well. If we're getting a Days Gone remaster, maybe we're getting a Days Gone 2, especially after the Concord debacle. Cheers, all. Yeah, that's my hope as well. By the way, I did notice this on Twitter. I put out a post, speaking of Days Gone, where I simply asked the question, would you play a Days Gone remaster? And it garnered a lot of attention, like way more than I expected. It got like over 720,000 views. I was like, whoa. So it got a lot of replies. However, I noticed that the actor who plays Deacon St. John, Sam Witwer, I think that's how you say his last name, he actually quote tweeted my post and he said, I'd give it a try. I thought that was kind of funny. And I don't know if that's like a hint. I don't know if I'm taking that as a hint because he wouldn't be involved with a remaster, but it's just interesting because I saw quite a few people. I mean, look, the popular opinion is no, we don't want a Days Gone remaster, and I get that. But it's like I said, my hope in seeing a Days Gone remaster is that I hope this means we get more. I hope it means that there's a real potential future for this series now. A lot of your Twitter's engagement farming and rage bait. I mean, yeah, but I don't know. I don't really see it as a bad thing because it's like, well, it's people are engaged in the conversation, man. You know? I wouldn't say much of it is, I don't know, maybe some of it is rage bait, but I'm not purposely trying to rage bait. Like, that's the thing. It's not intentional. I just think some of the things I put out there, like, people just, they get angry, you know? A lot of angry people out there these days. You think there's a lot of toxicity behind it? No. IP gaming, that's the thing, dude. Like, there's just a lot of toxicity behind this in general. Like, it doesn't matter what I say. It's going to evoke a lot of toxicity. So that's why I just basically am like, well, let me just ask a question and let people answer it. And I do read, not all the replies, but I read through the replies. I'm always kind of interested in seeing what people have to say, seeing the different varying opinions. But yeah, sometimes if a tweet takes off, I have to kind of like mute the conversation because I'm like, Jesus, this is destroying my my notifications. Delwyn Jones coming in with another generous super chat here. Thank you so much for that, Delwyn. He says, everyone wanted a Days Gone 2 or a sequel, including me. I don't think this remaster was really necessary, but I'm down for it if they add new combat, loading time, etc. I think more of a movie to hype people up for the game, but who knows? Yeah, I get what you're saying there, Del, when you're saying that you think maybe this is the remaster for Days Gone is being done in tandem with the movie, where maybe we're going to get like the first trailer for the movie in the coming months or something like that. And Sony wants to make sure to have a product to launch alongside of it to get that sweet, sweet synergy, that synergistic beauty that I guess all these companies chase. Yeah, I kind of feel that way too, where it's like I don't think it's necessary, but if they feel like, I don't know, if they feel like it would really help kind of bring more attention to the movie, and in turn it could help get us to a point where they're like, okay, yeah, we should try to make a sequel to this and turn it into an actual franchise, I'm all for that. Hold on one sec. So Delwyn, I guess we'll find out, man. First, we have to see if this Days Gone remaster is real. We'll see if it's real, and if it is, we'll see what improvements they end up putting to it. But yeah, I saw somebody in the chat say like we don't actually know if it's real or not. Well, Jordan Midler, he seemed to basically like heavily imply like it's Days Gone. And again, it's one of these things where it's like I love that game, so it's hard for me to be super upset at it getting a remaster, just because again it gives me hope. It's like, so there's a chance, you know what I mean? But we'll see if it's real, and that's the thing that I'm going to be looking for. If it is real and we are about to see a Days Gone remaster announced, I'm going to be paying close attention to what improvements are you bringing to the table, because this game is not that old at all, and it already looks and runs great on PS5. So even if it's just a $10 upgrade or something, I'm going to need to know. We need to know. Guys, the beast has awoken. Guys, we got to start getting this member train going, bro, because boss is here. He's chewing my mic. He's biting. Hey, let go. You're gonna break it. Stop it. We need to get to the 25 mark, guys, so we can feed the beast. Feed me. Feed me right now. Hang in there. Hang in there, boss. Whiskey Gaming with the super chat says, if they fleshed out like a horde mode, that would make it worth it to me, or some type of new content. Yeah, that's what some people were kind of speculating, that one of the things they might be able to do with a Days Gone remaster is really flesh out the horde mode a lot more, because they'll have a lot more horsepower and the speed of the SSD and everything else to do more with that. And I will say the hordes in Days Gone were easily the highlight of it. So I would love to see that. And I agree. I would like to see some kind of new content. Cypherpunk says, I bet Days Gone will get a remake on PlayStation 6. Days Gone remake. Yeah, launch lineup. Bloodborne remake. Days Gone remake. Horizon Zero Dawn remake. Last of Us remake. Lock it in. 8K. 120 frames per second. A bazillion gajillion polygons. MBG Jeff Grubb confirmed on his podcast that was Days Gone. Oh, so he did confirm it. We have OK coming in, dropping a membership gift. And then Exley Get Some Trismegistus drops another 5 bomb. Exley's out here being like, come on, boys, don't make me do it myself. Exley, thank you so much for 5 more memberships gifted, dude. That's 10 from you today. And OK drops 1 as well. OK, thank you for the single.
It's dangerous to rely
Gotta
on
get a Mark
teraflops
Cerny
as an
soundbite in
absolute
here.
Indicator of performance.
Boss, are you hype? He's found a new spot to lay. Like, boss, you got to come back on your tree, man. I think he's just given up, you know? He just, like, walks away now. He's like, I know, I ain't getting treats. I'm just gonna help. But we're now at 12 members, guys. So we're just at about the halfway point here. So if we can keep this going, we can hit it. We can hit it, and we'll see if we can feed this monster cat. I just call boss a monster now. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate the support. IP Gaming, bro. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that, man. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Digital Dude 25 with the super chat says, just got the MetaQuest 3. I can't miss that Arkham game. I also got that Assassin's Creed Nexus game. It's really good. Yeah, I keep forgetting about this Arkham VR game. It is really sad to see that that game is completely skipping the PlayStation VR 2. And I can't blame you, man. Like, if you're a fan of the Arkham universe, that game looks like a pretty solid VR experience. You're saying Assassin's Creed Nexus is pretty good. Why didn't I even know that there was an Assassin's Creed VR game? Like, I'm not surprised, but thank you for sharing, Digital Dude. And you'll have to let me know. I don't know when that Batman Arkham game comes out for MetaQuest, but when you play it, let me know how it is. We also have Disco Cobra 2013 with a super chat. Thank you for that, Disco Cobra. He says, I won't be surprised at anything from Sony at this point. Needing a PSN for God of War Ragnarok on PC, locking out other reasons, fed up with them messing with people, feel like they're just trolling. Yeah, there's a lot of people upset for different reasons with Sony right now. And you mentioned the God of War Ragnarok situation on PC and the PlayStation Network requirement. I agree that it is unnecessary. It's a single player game. You know, like I can understand why Sony going forward with like their multiplayer games, they're like, all right, because it's multiplayer, we want you to sign in and we want you to have a PSN. And I can understand some of the consternation that people have for like a fully single player game with no multiplayer component. At the same time, though, to be honest, Disco Cobra, like, I don't know. I don't see it as that big of a deal. You know what I mean? Like, it's free to sign up. It's a little bit inconvenient where if you're just trying to boot up the game and play it, they're like, create an account. And you're like, I don't want an account. It's like, too bad you have to. I understand the annoyance there. But I don't know, man. I am at this point where when it comes to PC specifically, my view is that the expectation people should have, and I'm not saying be okay with it, I'm just saying what people should expect is Sony wants to do things their way. And I think that if Sony has plans to more aggressively pursue PC in the future, which they might, we're going to find out. If they have those plans, I would assume that all those plans center around we want to create our own, like, you know, ecosystem on the PC platform. And we want to get people into that ecosystem. And I think, you know, what they're doing with the PSN account, it's like, yeah, they're basically saying, look, if you want to play our game, you need to have an account. The account is purely for Sony. you know, for their numbers, for their telemetry, for their share, you know, when they go to do their earnings, they'll be like, hey, we have more. We've seen growth with PlayStation Network, you know, so I get it. And that's just one of a few reasons that people are feeling fed up with Sony. But I do fully agree that we should basically expect anything at this point, both good and bad. Because when I tell you that this has been a very wild year for Sony in terms of they had some of the highest highs with Helldivers 2 and Astro Bot, but some of the lowest lows with like Concord, and I don't count the PS5 Pro as a low, but just creating like a whoa moment, like, you know, people just being shocked by it. Steven, you're saying I'm a PC game builder, PS5 owner and player, it doesn't bother you. Yeah, I think it's important for people to really try to, when they're evaluating this stuff, take a step back, and for me as well, take a step back from what people on the internet have to say. Just think for yourself, like, how much does it bother you? You know, how bothersome is it truly? And for some people, if it's legitimate, like, yeah, it really bothers you that much, it's like, all right, well, all right, you know. But I say this because I just get the feeling that when we talk about like toxic positivity, I think people can latch on to toxic positivity because it's like a kind of, I don't know. It's like we need to create, like, some people, I guess, they feel like they have to create like a bit of a shield or something by being overly positive. And it's like, well, I get it, but it's not good to be in that kind of bubble. But I feel like it goes the other way too, where like people are just like way too overly negative about stuff. Where it's like, is it really that serious? And they're like, yeah, it is. It's like, okay, if you say so, you know, like, I don't think it is, but already. And I get it. You know, it's a lot of extremist stuff, but I don't know, man. It's hard for me to really care too much about the God of War Ragnarok PC situation, just because it's like, look, I play on PlayStation. I've had a PlayStation Network account for years, and I'm just like, I wouldn't have expected 4 years ago or 5 years ago, I wouldn't have expected Sony to be putting any of their games on PC. You know what I mean? So I don't know, man. I guess I'm just saying, like, for anybody who is hoping that Sony goes all in on PC, I think it's just wise to keep in mind that if they're going to do that, they're probably going to want to do it more so on their terms. And I'm not here to tell you should just accept that and do it. No, that's for you to decide. But it seems clear to me that Sony, they still want to kind of do things their way, you know? Whether that will work for them or not is another question entirely. We will find out. But Disco Cobra, I do appreciate the super chat, man. Actually, you're saying, gonna have to disagree with you, MBG. If you are a centrist, it means you don't really stand for anything. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Well, I will say this, actually. I think, well, maybe, I don't know how obvious it is. To me, it feels like it's obvious, but maybe it's not so much, because I do talk a lot, and I give, you know, I'm always trying to see every angle, right? But I definitely lean more so towards, I think people get too worked up about not everything Sony does, but a good portion, where it's like, it's not as big of a deal as you're making it sound. Like, it's just not, and time is going to prove that it's not. And that, again, I think that does go both ways. But yeah, I feel like the PS5 Pro for me is like the prime example of just like, it's the sticker shock of $700 is a lot. It is a shock, but it's like, when I see what's on offer and when I see what the product is, it's like, I don't know that this is the product people should be losing their minds over. it seems fine. It's just it's a console, it's an optional console that is being sold at a very premium price for those who really think it's worth it. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I am too centrist. Well, I'll tell you what, some of the stuff I'm going to have to talk about in a little bit is not centrist. It's I absolutely have some strong opinions on it. Cypherpunk, you're saying PSN is not available in 2/3 of the countries Steam is. Some countries you have to go through third party and give a government ID to create a PSN account. That's some 1984 crap right there. Yeah, I did see people bringing up that complaint. And I mean, again, it's one of these things where, if I'm not mistaken, pretty much every third-party company that releases their games, not everyone, but most of them, certainly the bigger ones, they all do this, you know? Like, they all ask you to create an account for their whatever, right? And I understand with Helldivers 2 why people were so upset. And I think it was justified, where it's like, Sony, it feels like you're pulling the rug out from under us. You know what I mean? So, like, Helldivers 2 is... It's kind of an outlier in that they didn't have it active for, like, the first 3 or 4 months or whatever. Like, they didn't ask you to create a PSN account. So, therefore, people in these countries did have access to this game, and their access to that game was suddenly revoked when they decided to do that, you know? You're saying, but their service is not geo-blocked. Yeah, that's the one thing I don't know the answer to. I don't know if these other companies like Rockstar or EA or whatever, or Ubisoft, I don't know if they're available in these countries where PSN is not. So if that's the case, yeah, I could see why some people are pretty perturbed by it, because it's like, well, if you did want to play this game on Steam and you just literally can't, that's pretty irritating. But I don't know, man. I'll just be honest with you. My view on Sony and PC is, like, again, I come from a position where I never expected Sony to do anything on PC. So I don't really have that much sympathy or empathy just because it's like, I just feel like, damn, guys, the fact you're even getting these games is, like, again, 5 years ago, I would have thought that's impossible. Sony would never do that, but here they are, and they're doing it. And it's just, you know, it's more and more. I notice with the PC side of things, it's more and more like, Sony, you're going to do things our way. And it's like, that's fine. I get it. You know, Sony isn't the PC ecosystem. Like, they're not Steam. I get it. But Sony's coming from a place where, like, no, this is how we do things. Like, we have our own way of doing it. And I again, that's why I just try to tell people, like, if there's one thing that I think should be made clear with this God of War Ragnarok PSN requirement situation is, like, yeah, Sony wants to do things their way. And I don't know that they're going to care. I don't think Sony cares at all about anybody complaining about making a PSN account for God of War Ragnarok right now. I think they just look at it as, okay, whatever. And I don't know. I'm somebody who plays on the PlayStation console, so I'm just like, whatever. Like, you know, if I played on PC and I was in a country, sure. You know, if I was in a country where PSN wasn't available, yeah, maybe I'd be pissed off. But I don't know, man. Sometimes it just feels like people, it's like, you know, it just sometimes it feels like I just come across stuff and people are like, aren't you mad about this, dude? You really should be. It's like, no, I'm really not. Like, it doesn't confront me. If it confronts you, that's cool, but I'm fine. You know? And it just feels like sometimes I come across certain things, and I'm not talking about you guys here, but just, in other spaces. It just feels like it's like, no, this has to be your problem. It's like, no, it really doesn't. I'm good, but all right. We have Waylark. He says God of War Ragnarok had like 25K peak at launch. Not great. Yeah, I think Sony's PC, I think the days of Sony getting like a boost on PC because it's like, oh man, it's a Sony game. I think those are over. Those days are over. I think Sony has basically established a presence there now. And I don't know. Like I honestly would have thought that God of War Ragnarok would have had better, like it would have performed better sales wise, or at least based off the player count. I thought it would have done better. And so it's, I don't know what Sony's take on that is. I don't know what Sony's expectations were. I do know that God of War 2018 did significantly better. If I'm not mistaken, I think God of War 2018 did almost 3 times those numbers, like 25K. I think it was like at 70 or 75K or something. Or twice as much, I mean. So no, that would be 3 times. So I don't know, you think they'd have double the player count without the PSN requirement? Well, that's another interesting thing there, dude, because it's like, that's why I'm saying I don't know what Sony, I don't know what their end goal is anymore on PC. Like, I just don't. And the only thing I can fathom anymore is that, well, I guess it just makes the most sense. Like, yeah, they want to have their own layer of control. And they've decided that they're okay with losing PC customers because they want to have that layer of control. And I don't find that to be too shocking because it's like, well, yeah, Sony just kind of is that way, or at least they've always come off that way to me. But I don't know. We will see. If they change their strategy and they're like, actually, never mind, guys, no more PSN requirement, no more PSN account requirement, then I guess we'll realize that maybe their sales were being hurt by that. And if their goal is to have as many sales as possible and make the most amount of money, then yeah, it would make sense why they would want to kind of back off that. But Kyle Say Stuff says the problem of this generation is because AAA, it now takes too long and it's way more expensive to develop. After Jim's multiplayer, and now they canceled it and delayed most games now. I do think that there were some studios that were interrupted with the live service push, and certain games are now going to take a little bit longer, or maybe in some cases a lot longer, but I don't think it was the entirety of their studios. Like, for example, I think Sucker Punch is unaffected. I think Santa Monica is unaffected. I think Guerrilla is unaffected. I think Blue Point was unaffected. I think Housemarque was unaffected. I think Media Molecule was unaffected. I think Sony Bend was unaffected. I think that maybe we talk about like Naughty Dog, and I think, yeah, like Naughty Dog was impacted. Absolutely. Naughty Dog might be I think it's safe to say Naughty Dog was the studio that was impacted the most by Jim Ryan's live service push, where they did a big live service game for 4 years and then they canceled it. Yeah, it's going to be a while, I think, till we see Naughty Dog again, truthfully. Insomniac was impacted a little bit. They had a team that was working on a live service Spider-Man game, and then that was canceled. So that could be maybe why Wolverine takes a little bit longer to get out than we originally expected. It'll still come this gen, no, maybe like 2026. But at one point, people were thinking 2024, So it's true, man. AAA game development takes longer than it ever has. It requires more funding than it ever has, and there was a bit of a hiccup there with some of Sony's live service stuff. So, still waiting for that roadmap. Disco Cobra 2013 with another super chat says, "You thinking the Pro would be a good purchase? Still, I mean, with the comparison, I've seen it's negligible. It's a negligible improvement. Plus, will they ever fully utilize these consoles? GTA 6 might not even hit 60 FPS. Well, see, when it comes to GTA 6, yeah, I've went on record saying I don't expect that game to just be 60 FPS on the Pro. I think that's likely to be a CPU intensive game, and because of that, it's going to be 30 FPS across the board everywhere. I think it'll look better on the Pro, certainly, but I don't think it's going to go from 30 to 60 on the Pro if it doesn't offer a base performance mode on the current gen consoles, or offer performance mode on the base current gen consoles. But when it comes to the negligible improvement, I mean, I have to say, Disco Cobra, I disagree with that. I don't know that I would call it negligible. And we do have to keep in mind we have a limited, to be fair, we have a limited amount of games to go off of. When I see something like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, to me, that's not negligible. Like, that's like, oh man, okay, that's pretty substantial. I can very, like, if I'm watching like the Digital Foundry Rebirth comparison, I'm like, yeah, that's huge. And when I see people, they're like, it's not $700 huge though, and I'm like, well, that's subjective. You see what I'm saying? Like, if what people are seeing, I will agree. If you're talking about, like, when we're talking about the PS5 Pro, if you're talking about like what they showed with like Ratchet and Clank or The Last of Us Part 2, it's like, I kind of get what people are saying, where it's like not the best comparisons, not really, these games already look incredible. So maybe it really falls down to the games that can really use that bump, right? And I've said, talking about Rebirth, I don't think every game is going to get that massive of a bump as what we see with Rebirth. I don't think that's realistic. But again, it's one of these things where it's like, if you see the Pro, you see the price, and you see the games, and you're just like, I don't see a difference, then nothing changes for you at all. And I think that's why it's funny to see how, like, about a week and a half ago, the entire internet was on fire because of the PS5 Pro. And now people have already moved on. Like, not everybody, I mean, we're still here talking about it, but like 90% of people have just moved on and they're on to the next thing. And I knew that's exactly what was going to happen, because I'll be honest, man, a lot of what's done these days is it's like, what's the hot topic of the day and what's going to get the most clicks. And the reality is that $700 price point was the hot topic, and that's what was going to get the clicks. And I'm not even against that. It's like, yeah, that's a crazy high price point for a console. Go ahead, have a field day with it. But I suspected that once everybody moves on, they're going to move on quicker than you think, because they're going to realize that it's like if you were in an ice cream shop and you're like yelling at them, like, why don't you have, like, why? It's funny because I was just in an ice cream shop the other day. It's like, why are you charging me more money for this premium chocolate ice cream that's got all these different things in it? Brownie pieces, cookie dough pieces, so on and so forth. Why are you doing that? I just want, like, is it really that different than just regular chocolate? Is it really that different than regular chocolate? It's like, well, maybe some people think it is, but most people are content with just regular chocolate. They don't need all that extra stuff in there. But that's the thing, is it's like, so can I just order regular chocolate? Yes, you can. Yeah. And it's cheaper. Yeah, no problem. And that's why I'm saying, like, this is like the realization that people are having, where it's like, oh, yeah, you don't need the supreme chocolate. You don't need the more expensive chocolate. Just get the regular chocolate. And if that's all you want and you're good with that and you think it's a fair price, no harm, no foul. Everybody's good. I guess yeah, you know what? Damn it, I messed up the analogy. Going with the sprinkle analogy would have been better. Going with the sprinkle analogy would have been better. I'm just laughing my ass off in my head because I literally pulled that analogy out because I was at an ice cream place, an ice cream shop yesterday, and they had all these different like at the very beginning of the shop, it's just like chocolate and vanilla. And then you go further and further and they got like all these crazy combinations of ice cream and stuff. But you know, I think people just need to be careful in how much, again, they allow the internet to influence them, even with what I'm saying, because like I'm not here to tell you like if you feel like Sony crossed the line with a $700 console, I'm not here to tell you not to feel that way. I'm just here to remind you that you know it's a totally optional console. You don't have to buy it. You know, like I still am gaming right now on a base PS5 and it's great and it's fine. Can I explain it? Can you explain it with a cake analogy? You know what? I'm not going to. I think it's overly redundant at that point. I thought about it, but it's overly redundant at this point. MBG, stop it. You're acting like a fanboy now. I mean, if buying a PS5 Pro makes me a PlayStation fanboy, then I'm a PlayStation fanboy. Sure. That's okay. I don't know if you know this or not, but like, it doesn't matter what I do. People are going to label me a PlayStation fanboy, you know? But yeah, it's putting all the terms that people use aside. Like Disco Cobra, if you think, if the comparisons you've seen, if it feels to you like it's negligible, well, I also want to say you think they're never going to fully utilize these consoles. That I would say that's the part I'm maybe most concerned about, because it does feel like it's taking a lot longer this generation for them to really tap into what these consoles can maybe do. And that's why I'm like excited for games like Death Stranding 2, GTA 6. I'm basically excited for a lot of games that are coming in 2025 because I feel like, okay, it's been 5 years. You know, you would think that this is kind of the point where surely we should start seeing games that are going to push the envelope. And I maintain this. I think games on the PS5 Pro are going to look amazing. I really think that. I think that any game that's PS5 Pro enhanced is probably going to look really good. But I maintain that if you're not playing said game on the Pro, it's still going to look really good. You know, like if you're playing it on the base PS5, I think it's still going to look really good. And that's kind of how I view it, you know? But Disco Cobra, I appreciate the super chat, man. We have Kyle Say Stuff. I got like this hair hanging down from a hat. Kyle Say Stuff says, my friends don't have PS5 and they want the Pro when GTA 6 comes out. I felt like we are way more harsh because we already own the PS5 and it's hard to justify it right now. I did, yeah. Somebody, I forget. I think I read it somewhere, but they were like, who knows how? I think it was an analyst that was like, this console may have a decent appeal, a decent amount of appeal to people who haven't upgraded yet. I do think the $700 price point makes it so that if you are kind of holding off because your console is $500, chances are you're still going to hold off if there's another one that's even more expensive than that. But I do understand like where that thought comes from, where GTA 6 is going to entice a lot of people, if they haven't already, to move over and to upgrade, because it's not releasing on last gen consoles. And I think there will be not a lot, but certainly some people that are like, I think I'll get the Pro for this one, you know? We also have Waylark. He says, you think Microsoft's account needed, do you think a Microsoft account is needed on PlayStation for their games? Actually, I don't. I think for Minecraft, if I'm not mistaken, you need a Microsoft account. And I think the answer to that is yes. Right? Am I wrong on this one? I feel like, yeah, I could have swore for like Minecraft and Sea of Thieves, I think you do need a Microsoft account to play these games. I see people saying on Minecraft you do. I don't know if it's for all their games. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think it's for all of them. Pretty sure it's not. Like if you like I played Hi-Fi Rush and it didn't ask for a Microsoft account. So but I don't know, man. Microsoft seems to be, again, they just seem to be operating a little bit differently than Sony. Sony just, they kind of have this, again, man, they kind of had this mentality where it's like, yeah, we're just going to do it our way. Sea of Thieves has it. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Again, these are the multiplayer side of it. I think they do it. Yeah. Earthspank says the PlayStation Portal only streams at 1080p, but it's doing pretty well. I'm getting one to play in bed. Well, you know what's interesting about the idea of it streaming at 1080p? It's like, what, an 8-inch screen or something? Truth is, you don't need anything higher than 1080p with a screen that small. Like, if you were to get a 4K 8-inch screen, you could notice a very, very slight difference, but you want to talk about something being negligible, like that would probably be negligible. Because the screen's so small, it's like anything over, I don't want to say anything over 1080p is over. It would still look better. Like, to be fair, if it was like at 1440p, you could see it, but the smaller the screen, the harder it's going to be to notice the higher resolutions. And I think I even heard them talking about this with the PS5 Pro. Like, they were kind of insinuating that something like a PS5 Pro is going to benefit like large TVs. Like, basically, the bigger your TV, the more benefit you're going to get out of the PS5 Pro in terms of just how much it will help, kind of how easy it will be for you to see that image quality enhancement. I got to get a Portal at some point. I want to get a Portal at some point. We have Waylark. He says if Sony creates their own launcher, it'd be difficult to get some to switch over to PC. Leaving your preferred platform on PC with your achievements and games would be hard. It's like asking us on PlayStation to leave your trophies behind. Hold on. So you're saying if they do create their own launcher, Waylark, you're saying if they do create their own launcher, it's going to make it difficult to get people to switch over? Like, you're saying like console players to go to PC? That's the way it's typed here. Because I don't know. I feel like it's kind of the opposite, right? Like, if they were to create a launcher, it should make it easier. Where it's like, you log into your PlayStation Network account on the PlayStation launcher, and it's got everything. It's got your games. It's got your trophies. Everything. So unless you meant if Sony doesn't. Oh, okay. You okay. Maybe I misread it. You're saying maybe he meant from like going from Steam to the PlayStation launcher? Okay. My bad. Yeah, I was looking at it the other way. Yeah, that does make sense. You're right. You're right. And that's what's interesting. It almost makes me wonder if, see, that's what's weird about the idea of Sony doing a launcher, because if Sony does their own PC launcher, I'm just I'm trying to think, like, who are you trying to court? Like, who are you trying to get into your PC launcher? Because I feel like you're definitely not trying to get console players. The reason being is because, well, you already got them. Like, The people who are on console, you don't want them to leave because you got them in like directly into your ecosystem from top to bottom. You know, they're in the ecosystem. So you don't want them to leave to go to a PC launcher. So the idea at that point must be, well, you know, PC players come over. But what you're saying, I think, is totally true, Waylark. Where it's like, dude, you're talking to Steam players at that point, and they're not gonna go to your launcher. They're not. Steven, you're saying, okay, 3 more, and I'll feed the boss beast. Steven, you're saying if we get to 15 members, is that what you're saying? You'll drop a 10 bomb, feed the beast. Where is he? Boss is sunbathing right now. He looks so funny, dude. He looks so peaceful. He's soaking up that sun. Well, you guys heard, Steven said that's what he's saying. He's laying it down. Steven Leon, he says he'll drop a 10. If we get 3 more members, he'll drop a 10 to get us to the 25. We'll feed the beast, who is starting to see. Oh wow, he's knocked out right now, dude. Hey, boss. He looks really, really adorable right now. He's got like his paws stretched out, crossed over. Very peaceful. But Waylark, yeah, I get what you're saying, man. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how Sony plans to handle that, you know? I don't know what their plan is here. I mean, they could maybe cancel the launcher and actually get some Trismegistus does it. Exley's like, I got to keep my platinum, bro. I got to keep my platinum. He drops another 5 bomb. That's 15 gifted by Exley today.
Thank you.
Good stuff,
Appreciate
bro.
it.
Good stuff, actually. And there's Steven with the 10 bomb, a man of his word. Steven comes in, drops 10 membership gifts on you guys, and we actually went past the 25 mark. Let's get some W's flowing in the chat for these guys. Steven, Exley, okay, dropped the single earlier. These guys are keeping the member train rolling. Not only keeping, Boss knows, dude. Oh, hold on. I think he's attacking Leia. Boss, what are you doing? Yep. I don't know. Boss, I guess, is overly excited or something because he just got up and straight up started attacking Leia for no reason whatsoever. But you know what time it is.
Boasty, read me. It's time to feed the beast.
Let me update this goal. Get Boss some of his treats. And I do apologize. I know that we haven't really gotten to any of the topics yet. No worries. We're still going to cover the topics. But that's the nature of the beast sometimes, you know? Super chats. Which is not a problem. It's good stuff. Boss, you ready, bro? Shit. We did it. We hit the goal. It's time for you to feast. Come on. You got it. There you go. Enjoy, bro. This community's got your back. Breathe. Oh my God, he's eating like 4 at a time. Boss, breathe, man. Breathe. Don't literally inhale them. Chill. Oh my God. Boy's acting like he's never eaten in his life. You wouldn't know that I fed him this morning. Well, I'm glad he's enjoying it. It's been a little bit. It's been a couple days, you know? He's getting his fix. So thank you, guys. Thank you for getting us to the 25 mark. It's up to you. If you guys want to keep the member train rolling throughout the stream, by all means, do so. We'll see if we can we'll see if we end up hitting a second goal before the end of the stream. Get some reps in at the end. You know how we do it. Boss is stuffing his face. Just when you think MBG isn't on YouTube, he's taking care of cats. All right. Okay, with his milestone chat says PSN requirement is a stopgap while PlayStation build their PC launcher. Sony's goal and desire is to be seen as a leader on PC, but on their terms, day and date with their own launcher. That's actually, I think that's really well put. Okay, and I think you actually, I think you worded it in a way that I didn't, where I keep saying Sony wants to do things their way, but that just makes it sound like it's like lacking the reason. And the reason you're saying is because they want to be seen as a leader. They want to be seen as a leader on PC. And I think, truthfully, I think a lot of people initially laugh at that idea. And I get it. You know, it's very true that it's an uphill battle for Sony, where if that is their goal, where like we want to be seen as a leader on PC, they have a long way to go. Like a long way to go, because Steam is entrenched. You know, they have not only millions upon millions upon millions of users, but you're talking about very happy customers that are like, yeah, no, we're good here, bro. We're good. Here's what's interesting about this thought. Here's what's very interesting. People love Steam. And there are many reasons people love Steam. Steven, you're saying sorry for all the caps, too much coffee. It's all good, bro. It's all good. I love the enthusiasm, you know? If Sony really does end up getting to that point where they're like, we want to become a leader on PC, the only chance they stand is they would have to start trying to beat Steam at their own game. And that's going to be a tall order. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, you could see Sony start to change the way that they do things, you know? Like, they could start to become, I don't know, a lot of people like Steam because they feel like Steam's like very pro-consumer and their approach. And I don't know, I just kind of wonder, like, how far is Sony willing to go? Because that's the thing. I think I guess maybe the thing is, I don't know that I fully agree with you, okay? Not yet, anyway. I don't know that I fully agree that Sony wants to be, like, I think long-term ambition, sure. We want to be a leader on PC, sure. But I think realistically, it's like, they're not going to, I think, really care about being a leader on PC until they are convinced that the console market is in, like, steep decline. Because, I don't know, man, there's no way Sony just walks into PC or onto PC with their own launcher and they just say, oh yeah, we're just going to do things our way and you're going to come over. It's just not going to work. Like, they have, yeah, I agree. They have no chance of doing that. So the only way they would be able to even begin to have any inclination of being a leader on PC is they're going to have to basically try to match Steam and do exactly what Steam does in an effort to start getting people to maybe be like, oh, Sony, hold on now. Steam, it looks like you may have some real competition here. And this is all just hypothetical. And that's where I'm just like, yeah, I don't know, man. That the only time I could ever see Sony even remotely doing that is if they basically are like, yeah, the console market imploded and we need to find a new way. You know? You get what I'm saying? So my read on Sony with PC right now, or like in the near future, my read on this is I think Sony just basically wants PC I think Sony wants to push the envelope on PC and they will, and they want to see like how much control can we establish on the PC, in the PC space. And I think Sony is, as of right now, I think they're just okay with what they can get. Saying PS doesn't want to beat Steam, they simply want their own storefront like Epic, Take-Two, EA, all have on PC. PlayStation knows a lot of gamers are moving to PC and want 100% of those day one sales. Okay, so when you say they want to be a leader, you don't necessarily mean in a competitive stance, just in a, I guess in the sense of like they have a well-established presence, a well-established storefront, and a well-established launcher that anybody can go to. Yeah, I agree. I think that would make more sense, because I agree. I don't think there's any chance that Sony tries to compete directly with Steam in a serious way. Like, nobody's been successful in doing that. Like I said, Steam's just too deeply entrenched. But it's interesting. It'll be really interesting to monitor what Sony does next in this space. Hey, Zoc, you're saying I hate FSR2 and can't wait for the Pro day one MBG. I'm looking forward to it as well. Yeah. I'm waiting for Sony to announce this damn state of play. You know? I'm waiting for them to announce this damn state of play so I can so I could see, like, Sony, what PS5 Pro games you got? Tomorrow. That's what I'm thinking too. Cypherpunk, you're saying, since you have a powerful PC, have you never tried PlayStation first party games on there to see how they look and run? I actually haven't, no. I haven't. I mean, I've seen, like, I know it's not exactly the same. I've seen videos and I could say, oh yeah, they look really good. But I don't know, man. I've never had any interest in double dipping on any of the games that they've released on PC. I don't know. I don't know if there will ever be a day where I could see in the future, like, if Sony releases a live service game day and date and it has crossplay or whatever, if for some reason, like, the console version just really, like, if the PC version looks just way, way, way better, like way better, maybe I would try it, you know? Maybe I could do that, but I don't know, man. I feel, talking about deeply entrenched, I can't help it, man. Like, I just have no interest in PC gaming. Like, the only way I will game on PC is if it's my only option eventually. Truthfully, that's just how it is for me. And I know that to, like, PC players, that sounds like, what? And I get that, but I'm just being real, man. Like, I like console. I'm fine. Like, it's because I'm totally fine on console. Like, that's the point. Like, I am happy where I am. If Sony or the console landscape, if it were to, like, completely change one day and just be vastly different than what it is now, then yeah, I would maybe think about it. But I'm totally happy and satisfied with being on console, and as long as it's available, I'll continue to support it. You know, if the day does come where Sony tries to sell me $1,000 console, but there's an $800 PC that runs laps around that $1,000 console, then I'll have to take a step back and evaluate. Like, I don't know about this, you know? But I don't think that's going to happen. So, try using your PC to get out of paying for online. Maybe. See, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I don't like paying for online, but I pay for my PlayStation Plus yearly, and it's like when the yearly expense comes out, I'm like, damn it. But then, like, I don't think about it anymore. And I understand, like, that's part of the problem, where it's like, well, see, this is why they keep getting away with it, because millions of people are just like that. But it, like, the truth is, it's one of these things. You want to talk about being too deeply entrenched. It's like, yeah, I don't know, man. I can't say, like, I'm not saying I don't get my money's worth. Like, I do for as much as I play, but it's more of a principle thing. And I get that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see one day. Like I said, I played Hellblade 2 on PC and it felt so weird, dude. I'm not going to lie. Like, I felt so weird playing it on PC. I'm just not used to, like, when I was checking the settings and like everything I could mess with, I'm like, I don't know, man. It's cool. It is. It's cool to have all those options, but I don't know. In that moment, I was kind of just like, I think I'd really just prefer like fidelity or performance. Which one you want, bro? We'll talk about Astro in a minute. Yeah. MBG doesn't like learning. Shit, man. Maybe you're right. Yeah, just my brain. Don't make me learn stuff. And it's not that I felt overwhelmed. It's that I wasn't sure like what is gonna, like, what's the best optimized settings for my rig. And I kind of realized like, oh, I don't know. I told you MBG likes walls. He's institutionalized. Yeah. I never put the pieces together like that, man. I'm institutionalized. You guys are funny. But yeah, I'm sure. Listen, I'm positive that I will have future experiences on my PC. I'm certain. I don't know what they will be. I don't know when, but I know it will happen at some point. And so, you know, when it happens, I'll be here. Hopefully you guys will be here. Would I try a PlayStation game on PC sometime for a members lounge? Would be interesting to see. Chat can guide you. It's an interesting thought. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I mean, I'd have to get involved. I have to dive into Steam. It's been dude, the last time I used Steam, many years ago, dude. Dude, the last time I think I used Steam was, no joke, like back when Left 4 Dead came out. Like the beta or some shit. Or like the demo or whatever. And I think it was only available on PC, and it was like, oh, you gotta go on Steam. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I want to play this. So we'll see, man. We'll see. You're saying MBG will never go over to PC. He'll always be a console peasant. Oh, you know what? I might be going to PC for something sooner than I was like, I was just sitting here thinking like, wait, didn't I just talk about going to PC for something to Mrs. MBG recently? Okay, so I came across this video of this guy who he's a really well-known, I think, famous YouTuber. I wasn't familiar with him, but he made this video where he's like, can Guitar Hero make me a better guitar player? And he like documented himself like getting back into Guitar Hero, and he bought the guitar and like basically set it up on PC. But there's like this there's this community driven version of Guitar Hero where people add they add songs and they like make the tracks or the notes for all the songs. And I was just watching this dude play and I'm like, oh my God, man. Like, I miss Guitar Hero and Rock Band and all this stuff. I miss it so much. Clone Hero, is that what it's called? And I just miss it so much. And I was watching this guy play and I'm like, ooh, I don't know, man. It might be calling my name. Like, not what I would have expected to go to PC for, but yeah, I don't know, man. Thinking about buying a Guitar Hero guitar and playing these tracks and stuff. I love those games, dude. Absolutely love them. I mean, I like playing the drums on these games more so than guitar, but I've always loved playing guitar as well. Like Rock Band or Guitar Hero. On PC, you can play PlayStation games that Sony doesn't allow you to play on PS5 as well. Titus is like, bro, join a real band and play real drums. Make some friends and try to take over the world. Oh, dude, I don't know. I'm somewhat glad I never got involved in the music industry, dude, because the music industry seems like a fucking nightmare. For as bad as the gaming industry seems, like, dude, the music industry seems like it's just in shambles. So I don't know. Drew Gooden. Drew Goon. Is that his name? Your son has it. It's cool on the PS5. Well, I don't know, man. I could have swore there was a report that around the time that Microsoft was acquiring Activision Blizzard, they said Guitar Hero might come back. Guitar Hero's big return hinted at by Activision CEO. This was 1 year ago. Activision CEO Bobby Kotick called an all-hands meeting with ABK employees. During the meeting, Kotick hinted at the return of Guitar Hero. In Kotick's view, Activision and Microsoft are uniquely positioned to collaborate since they have the best video game franchises in the world. A mention of Guitar Hero followed, which set alarms off in everyone's mind. Could just be a random name that he threw out from the series they own, but it seems unlikely. Yeah, see, like, that's how Microsoft would win me back, dude. I'll tell you what. I've said it a couple times, but I'll say it again. Microsoft wins me back if they're like, well, truth, if they make Guitar Hero, that's going to be multi-plat, but oh yeah. I would give Microsoft so much credit if they bring back Guitar Hero, dude. I really would. As long as they don't like do something stupid with it, you know? Like that last Guitar Hero game, you remember that one that came out in like what, 2016 or something? We're going to find out Microsoft canceled it instead. All right. Perfect Image, you're saying, thank you, MBG, for always trying to understand my short comments. Second, now there's two CEOs. We know who's going to F up. Third, hopefully Sony fixes their gaming output. Yeah, that's true. Now we have two CEOs we can place the blame on. We'll be able to know who's messing up at any given time. I don't know, man. I was, with that Concord report that came out, I was like, damn, dude, Herman Hulse checking his Twitter that day. He's probably like, no way. This can't be real. This can't be happening. We'll see. We'll see what Sony does with their gaming output. All right, so I didn't even get to dive into any of the topics yet, which feels really awkward. Like I don't even know if I should. This is what I mean, man. Like I sometimes I feel like I should just like rename my streams to just like MBG Live or something, because we do have a lot of conversations about a lot of relevant gaming topics, but I just feel bad when like I know people are coming and like, bro, how come you're not talking about the topics that you listed here? And it's the nature of the way the streams are, you know? See, like just now we got 2 more super chats. You love this format? I like the format too. I just got to be I got to figure out what I'm going to do, cuz I just feel like it's kind of unacceptable that like if somebody clicked on the stream and they're like, I can't wait to hear these next gen rumors, and we're an hour and 45 minutes in the stream, it's like, bro, you didn't talk about the next gen rumors yet, man. You know? But I will get to them, I promise. Just name it Press X Podcast. Shit, yeah. Maybe I should. I tried doing that for a little bit, but I might. I don't know, man. We have a pretty good routine going here. You know? We have a pretty good routine. Like, I've been doing really good with my video output. Very consistent. I've been doing good with the stream output. Consistent streams. So maybe just calling it a daily podcast. A daily solo podcast, you know? Anyway. Waylark, you're saying hopefully the PlayStation PC launcher lets us play PlayStation games we already own digitally. kind of like what Xbox does with some of their games. That's what I was thinking. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, I'll call it MBG Unhinged. There you go. The idea that Sony would develop a PC launcher and not integrate the PlayStation Store is like, I think, antithetical to the whole point of the launcher. So I would assume, but then again, I don't know, man. It is Sony. They could somehow find a way to screw that up since they're not, this is like their first real foray in the PC. I would definitely assume that if they announce a launcher and you log in with a PSN account, your library of games is right there. Like any game you bought digitally from the PlayStation Store. It would also be another way for Sony to incentivize people to consider buying their games digitally, right? Because, I mean, it is a nice feature that Microsoft can offer where it's like if you buy a game on your Xbox and you log in to the Xbox app on PC, that game is there too. Although, hold on. I do have a question here. I do have a question. Because I've only used that Xbox app like once or twice. Is it every game? Like, is it literally every game? Or is it only some games? Like, are there games that if you purchase on console, they will not show up on the it's less than 50%? See, now, why is that? I don't understand that. That's really strange to me. Is there a reason for it? Does anybody know? You said some of their games. Why would it only be some? Like, I don't understand that. Oh, the public. Oh, okay. You know what? Yep. Makes total sense now. Yep. The publishers want you to buy their game again. Okay. All right. Yeah, that makes sense. I completely overlooked that. Yeah, the publishers are... Okay. Yeah, that may complicate things a little bit. Maybe it just comes down to what OK said, though, right? Maybe it just comes down to, in Sony's mind, that doesn't matter. The only thing that matters to them is if you want to play the newest PlayStation tentpole exclusive day one, you do so on PC through our launcher. And we get 100%. And if you don't want to do that, that's fine. We'll still bring it to Steam like a year later or something like that. You know? I don't know why. I completely overlooked that. I really would have thought that if Sony was going to do a PC launcher, I really just, for some reason in my head, I was like, oh yeah, it'll be the entire PlayStation Store. But you're right. Like, Sony can't really do that. That's up to the publishers. Huh. Delwyn Jones with another generous super chat. Thank you so much for that, Delwyn. You're saying, I genuinely don't know what to expect from the State of Play. We've previously had a small event, not one, but two, but three State of Plays that have been really good. But again, I keep my expectations low. Give me a good 50-minute show. I'm really curious too, Delwyn. I am. The thing about Sony and their State of Plays is they kind of are a mixed bag. Like one day they do a State of Play and it's like, my God, that was amazing. And everybody's happy. And then a couple months later, they do another State of Play and everybody's like, what was that? That was weak. That sucked. You know? My guess... See, I don't know. I don't even know that I want to guess. I'm not going to guess. What I want is exactly what you want. You're saying give me a good 50-minute show. I hope that Sony is going a little bit more aggressive with this. And look, I'm going to be honest, man. I'm not even saying that I'm expecting major first-party titles. I've told you guys, like, I'm not. But when I say aggressive, like, Sony, show me shit that just gets me excited and I'll be happy. Show me Resident Evil 9. Show me a new release date trailer for MGS3. Show me some other third-party games that aren't even announced yet, that we don't even know about. Like, it doesn't just have to be about the first party. It doesn't just have to be about exclusivity, because the reality is a lot of the stuff I play on my PlayStation is not exclusive. It's not, you know, it is third party. And I don't know, like, if you go check the PlayStation Store right now, because I did this, I think, yesterday, go check at all the games that are available to pre-order on the PlayStation Store. And I'm not saying there isn't a good amount. There's a healthy amount of games. Like, there's a lot of games coming for the rest of this month, October, November, December. But I kind of realized, like, man, there's not that many games at all beyond this year. And I'm like thinking, like, surely there's a lot of games that are going to be ready to go in January, February, and March, but they just kind of don't exist right now. They don't have release dates, or they haven't even been announced yet. And this is why I'm just kind of thinking, like, what I think is that basically what I'm trying to tell you, Delwyn, is that my expectation, the more I think about it for this upcoming State of Play, is this is going to be Sony letting you know, like, here's what's coming out for the first quarter of 2025. And that's why I feel like the remasters actually make sense. Because if Sony announces a Horizon remaster and they announce a Days Gone remaster, I bet you both of those remasters are going to release in the first 3 months of next year. Because as of right now, Sony has nothing first party wise for those first 3 months. It's not to say they don't have any first party for 2025. Certainly they do, but not for the first 3 months. So I would assume it's going to be those remasters. I don't think a game like Resident Evil 9 is going to come out in like January, February, or March. I think that's going to be, I don't know, dude. I don't know. Maybe Capcom could come out and be like, yo, here's Resident Evil 9. It's coming out in March. They could do that. It seems a little bit too soon. I would assume if they show Resident Evil 9, that's going to be like a summer or fall 2025 game. But I don't know, man. Monster Hunter Wilds will probably get a release date. I guess, truth be told, like, you want to talk about having lower expectations. I'm going into the State of Play, and we'll talk more about it when it's announced, obviously, but I'm going into the State of Play assuming, like, yeah, there's not going to be any major first party reveals. I'm going in assuming that the biggest first party game we see will be Death Stranding 2. Because right now, that's the only game that has been announced that is ready to show, and we're ready to hear more of. Would I welcome? I mean, how sick would it be if Sony was like, by the way, one more thing, here's a new Wolverine trailer. Oh yeah, I would be like, holy shit, I didn't see that coming. Makes sense. We could use something like that, but you're saying it's so bleak. I mean, I don't know, man. I feel so torn anymore, because it's like I said, I sit here and I'm like, Sony, where's your damn first party? Where's your first party? But then I sit here and I think, man, I had so much fun with Helldivers 2 and Astro Bot this year. And Sony's probably looking at me like, you mean first party games we released? And I'm like, yeah. You know? That's what's so weird. Like, I just feel torn, because it's like, on one hand, they have the games. On the other hand, I don't know what's beyond those games. And I don't like to come off as entitled, you know? I don't like to come off as like, Sony, you better have something ready to go in the next 3 months or I'm leaving. Because I feel like that's, well, come on. Yeah, talk about a first world problem. Exactly. Damn Salaire of a store. It's brutal. Kyle with a super chat says, and Delwyn, thank you so much for that, buddy. Kyle says, what if they're setting up a PC launcher to allow their next portable to have access to all games across PC and PlayStation? Is it more than likely possible? I mean, it is possible. It is, because the thing we have to factor in here is the idea that Sony is pursuing like a native handheld of some kind. You know? Like, they're pursuing a native handheld, and in doing so, you already expect that, okay, if I don't know, man. Like, see, this is where when we talk about what Sony will do with a new handheld, what they will do with the future PC, what gets so complicated and makes it so difficult to navigate the speculation is that there are so many different like ways they could go about it, and we don't know like what modern Sony, modern PlayStation, like we know what older PlayStation, how they handled the PSP, how they handled the PS Vita, and maybe we can even look at the PlayStation Portal. But generally speaking, like what we can establish is that the way PlayStation does things now is very different than the way they've ever done them in previous generations. And this entire generation, the last 4 years, Sony has made changes. They've made more changes in 4 years than they did the last 30 or 20. No, not 30. The last 26 years. Think about that. The last 4 years of PlayStation, they've made more changes than they did over the last 26 years. So I think there's a decent chance that what you're saying here, Kyle, it could be possible. Yeah, it could very well be what they're thinking about doing and how they're planning to approach it. And that was like one of the things I was going to bring up with our topic is when we talk about the next gen rumors, basically the two next gen rumors regarding PlayStation and Xbox are simply, hey, they're both making new consoles, no surprise there, but they both have a second SoC or SKU, right? Like Kepler's a known leaker with this type of stuff, and he said that as of right now, the PlayStation 6 has two SoCs. Now, there's a couple things. If you're wondering what an SoC is, it's system on chip. Essentially what that means is there are two different versions of the PlayStation 6 or of Sony's next gen console right now that they have in development. There are two different versions. And that's all we know. That's all we know. So from that point forward, it's like, okay, could it just be that they're creating two different ones and waiting to see how the market changes, waiting to see what Microsoft does so they can decide which one are we going with? They could have two different specs, one totally decked out, one more, conservative and moderate to kind of keep pricing more in mind. Or could it be that one is the PlayStation 6, full-blown home console, all the bells and whistles, and the other SoC is going to be tethered to the PlayStation 6, but it's actually a handheld? Or could it be two versions of the PlayStation 6 that Sony is planning to launch? One that's going to launch less powerful, but be about $500 more affordable, so people don't feel like they're being priced out. And essentially what they're going to do is release the PS6 Pro at the same time they launch the PlayStation 6. Rather than make you wait 4 years, here you go. Pay $900 now, pay $800 now, and you get what is ostensibly a PlayStation 6 Pro right out of the gate. I don't know. What we do know is there's two SoCs for the PlayStation 6 right now. And the reason why I mention Xbox is because apparently Xbox's plan, by the way, Xbox's plan is next gen Xbox console 2026 it's going to be a continuation of the Series X. Alongside the first proper the first proper Xbox handheld. And apparently, based off of what Windows Central is saying, Windows Central is saying that like these two things are launching together. Like it's going to be like rather than a Series S and X, it's going to be a dedicated, powerful home console and a separate Xbox handheld to kind of take on the Steam Deck. And this is where I'm like, dude, this is interesting. Like, where does Sony fall in all of this? Kyle Say Stuff says Xbox have games during the 360 for PS3 and PS2 era. So it's not on PC as well. I bought the Xbox Series X for this reason. The one thing I really hope Sony could have. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Kyle Say Stuff. And that's Microsoft put an unbelievable amount of work and effort into preserving like backwards compatibility. And they should be commended for that. I mean, I think they needed to do that because it was like they needed an edge over Sony. And they exploited that because they knew Sony was going to struggle with backwards compatibility with the PS3. But it was a really good thing that they did. And yeah, I have a feeling that Sony's going to get more aggressive. I mean, we did read that report that when it comes to the PlayStation 6, Sony is very much, they're like, we need to really focus on backwards compatibility with the PlayStation 6. And I just wonder how far that's going to extend. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Moore's Law is Dead. He, I think, leaked out multiple times that, yeah, Sony's working on PS3 backwards compatibility. Like, it's a thing. It's just taking a long time, but they're doing it. And I really wonder if Sony's going to try to go for the, I don't know, like the grand slam, if you will, of like, here's the PlayStation 6. It is the first PlayStation console. It can play everything. Everything. I don't know. Like, I'm not saying you'll be able to put PS3 discs in it and play it. Not like that. I mean, that's out of Sony's reach at that point. But just like they can tell you, like, listen, you can, even if it's through PlayStation Plus, like you could play PS1, 2, 3 games and everything from PS4, PS5, like just everything. You know what I mean? I think that'd be a huge selling point for them. Hopefully it wouldn't just be locked. I mean, I don't think it would just be locked behind PlayStation Plus, but basically they'll say like, we have a storefront and you can buy these games and play them natively. I think just if they were able to come out with the PS6 and be like, you can finally play PS3 games natively on this thing, I think that'd be pretty huge for them. But you talk about it being expensive, it would help them justify the cost if their next gen console is going to be expensive. But Devil Shooter, you're saying you do that now? Wilson. I'm not going to try to attempt to pronounce the last name here. I hope you're okay with that. I'm just going to call you Wilson. He says, I said the same thing and ended up buying Rock Band 4 on my PS5 and playing Fortnite Festival with a guitar I bought on Amazon. And the only thing I ended up playing a lot on PC was Lethal Company. I heard about Lethal Company. I heard that game's really fun. That's really funny though, dude. I played so much Rock Band 4 on the Xbox One. I played so much Rock Band 4 on Xbox One. Man, that was like probably my best memory with Xbox One. I was playing on Xbox One. I think Rock Band 4 came out in 2015. And I was so hyped for it, man. I was like, yes. I'm like, this is it. I want this. And I remember I ordered the bundle, and it came, and I remember it arrived and I was just so hyped for it. And I just played the shit out of it. I played it for years. I bought so many songs, but I don't know. Then everything started breaking, you know? And I just eventually moved on from it. I forgot about that, though, the Fortnite Festival. Is the Fortnite Festival actually good? Is it? I saw, like, some random video clips of it. It doesn't look very good. Is it? Is it actually competent? Like, does it feel as good as Rock Band did? It's good if you like Fortnite. Solaire says no, it's trash. Yeah, I mean, as much as I love these types of games, I don't think they're gonna get me into Fortnite for it, you know. Rock Band 4 was way better. Do you think they'll make a Rock Band 5? I feel like it might be too much of an undertaking. By the way, guys, if you haven't, please hit that like button. I think it's like the second time I'm bringing it up. Try not to ask too often, but just as a reminder, hit that like button. We're on the cusp of hitting 200 likes. It helps the streams. Okay, you're saying PlayStation 6 is the reboot console. PSP2, PC launcher, phone app. Ooh. That sounds interesting. The reboot console. They're rebooting. PlayStation's rebooting. I don't know that I would be against that. Like, I get what you're saying, right? Like, it's this idea where it's like, we're starting with the console will be the main focal point, but we have like multiple different growth vectors or just vectors in general that we're either coming back to, because you're saying, but you struggle with change. Well, it depends on how they handle it, right? Like, if the most important thing Sony's going to do is make it clear, like, hardware first, right? Console first. They have to, because by the time the PS5 generation's over and we move to the PlayStation 6, they're going to, I mean, I would imagine by that point, there's going to be 100 million PS5 users. Uners? What is that? And they're going to try to convince as many of those users as possible to go to the PlayStation 6, because that's the best bet. That's how they'll make the most money. But it would be really interesting if at the same time they're like, but we also have a handheld, and we also are working on a PC launcher, and we also have an app. We're extending PlayStation Plus to the app. I mean, it does sound very much like what Microsoft is doing, but I don't know, man. It's going to be really interesting to see how Sony approaches next gen, because if you think about it, Sony was pretty damn conservative with this generation. Like, yeah, they did go to PC, but they really have only put like games that have already been out for some time on PC. And other than that, they haven't really gotten that much, like, they haven't gotten that aggressive. So all in all, the PS5 generation has been pretty conservative. I could see the PlayStation 6 gen being much more aggressive in different areas. I mean, worst case scenario, they can always just kind of roll it back or pull it back a little bit if they need to. I need to make sure. I just realized I didn't check to see if I got any direct donations. I want to make sure I didn't miss any. Okay. We're good. Because I think I think the notification is silenced right now. Well, let me tell you about Astro Bot. All right. Here's an article from everybody's favorite video game website known as Kotaku. The article title is Astro Bot's Soulless devotion to the Sony brand is a real problem. Team Asobi has made a wonderful PS5 platformer, but its corporate core does it no favors. Hot damn. Ain't no way. Ain't no way, man. Astro is being attacked by Kotaku. Sorry, not Astro. Sony? But can you really separate the two? You're saying they want to write about controversy to create clicks. It's definitely rage bait. But says Astro Bot is one of the most entertaining and depressing games I've played in ages. It's allowed. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Imagine calling Astro Bot depressing. Get help, man. This isn't good. How do you call Astro Bot depressing? Soyu. Or Soyu. Is it Soyu or Soyu? I don't know. I read it as Soyu. It says, hey, MBG, what's up, man? What's up, bro? Mr. Hamster. I like that you're still known as that here. Or you at least make it known. That's like, yep. It's Mr. Hamster. They hate it because they don't got it. Someone hurt him badly. I played, it says it's a loud, unrestrained explosion of creative energy. It's an antiseptic corporate product drowning in brand fellatio. What the fuck? What? What is this article, bro? That's a real sentence I just read. What? I'm having trouble, man. I don't even know if I can go any further than that. Waylark says, if Astro has no attachment to PlayStation, would you still play? Yeah, I would. Because you know what the truth is, man? Like, here's the truth for me. Hey. The truth is, if I just think about Astro as it is, and I remove all the PlayStation iconography and stuff from it, dude, it's just still a fun as shit game. And a really well-made game. Through and through. Like, I firmly believe Astro Bot would do fine. I think, to me, I thought going into Astro Bot, I would care a lot more about the PlayStation stuff surrounding it. But then I just realized that, like, the core of what this game is it's just an amazing game. And all the entire layer of PlayStation, you know, characters and themes and the fact that you like ride a DualSense, like that stuff's fun, but it would still be great without it. You know? It would still be great without it. But I don't see it as a problem either, you know? So I think I would still play. Yeah, it's just like Team Asobi made a really fun game. I don't play 3D platformers that much. You're saying I should play Mario Odyssey then? You'd love it. That's what I've been told. Yeah. That's, again, man, this is why I'm interested in the Switch too. I'm interested. I mean, I feel like it was supposed to be revealed by now, but Nintendo's taking their time. They might get me back. Astro got me back into 3D platforming. And I have to say, man, like, even though I found it incredibly frustrating at times, I can't stop thinking about those challenge run levels in Astro Bot. Like, I really kind of enjoyed it because I haven't played something like Astro Bot in many years, let alone played something difficult that challenged me. That wasn't like a Souls game or something, or like a FPS or whatever. This is, or like a shooter, I mean. This is like the first time in many, many years I played a game and played certain sections of a 3D platformer that are challenging, that you have to like actually really kind of get good at. And I really enjoyed it. I felt like it tapped into a different, I don't know, a different part of my gamer brain that wasn't tapped into in like 15 or 20 years or some shit. The Game Prophet says Astro Bot is this year's game of the year. No other game can stand up against it. Team Asobi made a surefire winner. Well, not according to Kotaku. Kotaku continues by saying a shining example of what current-gen first-party games can be. A dreary reminder of everything they're not. PlayStation is dead. Long live PlayStation. Over the past few years, I've gotten pretty good at being able to quickly intuit whether a piece of media is real or fake. Anyone can hone this skill, and I enthusiastically recommend doing so. For example, I have not yet seen Cloud, the new feature directed and written by Kiyoshi Kurosawa. Kurosawa is a more spatially proficient filmmaker than about 95% of his contemporaries. And even just watching the trailer, it's abundantly clear this is a real movie. I also have not seen Piece by Piece, an upcoming documentary about Pharrell Williams, where everything is made out of Legos, and yet, beyond a shadow of a doubt, fake movie. Okay. Astro Bot broke my streak. I could not, for the life of me, figure out if this thing was real. My social media feed presented me presented me at turns with videos of gorgeous, snappy, virtuistic platforming and of a miniature Nathan Drake piloting a spaceship shaped like a giant PS3. I'd played and enjoyed the game's predecessor, Astro's Playroom. An hour long, that's not... No. It's like 5 hours long, bro. An hour-long pack-in PS5 title that existed mostly to explain why the DualSense controller cost $70. The Sony veneration made sense there in a free hardware showcase. It was even charming, but I had no idea what to make of it here. In a full-price game that doesn't actually need to sell me on anything. I already bought the damn PS5. I bought it for Final Fantasy 16, which sucked. Okay. All right. You know what? I'm about to... There's no way this article's fucking real. What did I just read? Like, I literally... I couldn't even believe that's where that... Like, what? This has to be pure rage bait. Like, who just says that? Who just drops that shit like that? I already bought the PS5 for Final Fantasy 16, which sucked, by the way. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Pure rage bait. Complicating matters further is the fact that, yes, Astro Bot is actually good. I honestly didn't expect it to be because relentless trademark fetishism isn't usually where good design lives, but I abide by a strict self-imposed rule. Do not develop strong opinions about games you haven't played. This rule is exceedingly difficult to follow, and I break it all the time. So after firing off a few grouchy tweets, I put my money where my mouth is and played it. I played the wheels off of it. And I stand before you now, wild-eyed, repentant, my frigid hater's heart thawed by the sheer corporeal pleasure of a really good jump to proclaim that Astro Bot is probably the best 3D platformer published by Sony Interactive Entertainment since Ape Escape 3. So why the insecurity? Why build on such a sturdy foundation with so many appeals to nostalgia? A nostalgia that, in spite of developer Team Asobi's best efforts, I have difficulty reading as productive. Astro Bot's ideas of a loving tribute is dressing up its little Funko Pop-esque mascots as something you'd recognize, turning them into collectibles, placing them all in a big empty field together, and urging players to walk up to them and punch them in the head, at which point they'll perform canned animations referencing whatever game they're from. Okay, dude, you just described the actual charm of what you're questioning. Like, why does this exist? Let me explain to you why it exists, and now let me ask why again. Like, dude, you just explained it. That's the charm right there. You collect these characters, and when you're done playing through the levels, you have a little something, a little bonus to go back to where it's like, let me go see which characters I unlocked or rescued, and let me go smack them around and see what kind of reactions I get. Oh my Lord, what, you can't make this shit up, dude. I'm super triggered by this article. Anyway, it says here, I won't pretend to be made of stone. I smiled when the Psycho Mantis bot made my controller rumble, and my eyebrows hit the ceiling when I saw that they included anything incredible Crisis-related at all. Nevertheless, this is, for the most part, not something actively, inquisitively engaged with the history of video games as a medium. It's a parade float game, which would be fine if it didn't feel like the parade float were crashing into a dinner party. Sony has never really settled upon a single mascot for its consoles, though it's maintained a small rotating roster of contenders over the years. Crash, Bandicoot, Ratchet and Clank, Nathan Drake, Aloy, none feel totally representative of the company, and maybe that's by design. Astro, on the other hand, seems representative of the company by default. Mostly featureless, infinitely mutable, able to stand in for any other character with a quick wardrobe change. They already sort of tried this with Little Big Planet Sackboy, though he at least has the benefit of not being designed to resemble a PlayStation controller. His goal in Astro Bot is no less impersonal. The story hinges on the recovery of several internal components for literally a giant PS5 referred to as the mothership. It's pretty funny when you think about it, actually. And its inhabitants collectively as the Play Squadron. It's all way too promotional, too inexpressive. The game's identity is brand identity. Maybe I wouldn't be as wary of this if Astro Bot wasn't clearly a testing ground for future smaller scale first-party Sony titles. In a just world, its reception would lead to more games as incentive and iconoclastic as the ones it's referencing. The level based on Ape Escape and Loco Roco are especially great, and though they still bear more than a whiff of corpo stink, it's hard to ignore how aggressively toyetic and whole dress up as your favorite character conceit is. There's genuine mechanical interest and investment in what those games are doing, and it's an assertive, albeit small, reminder that, put simply, weird stuff owns. They say, on the other hand, it's possible and worrying likely that Astro Bot will be taken as another win for IP first, art by committee video games. Its critical and commercial success attributed not to its savviness nor its economical scope, but its willingness to play to expectations. Risk-taking in this era, protracted development cycles, inflated budgets, and constant mass layoffs is not usually the operative mode of publishers like Sony. There are good games coming out of the first-party space, sure, but how many can really be called meaningfully submersive or formally audacious? When was the last time Sony put out something that actually looked and felt new? Astro Bot, it pains me to say, does not qualify. For all its competence, for all its spirit, I've played it before. The game is largely a compilation of Super Mario Sunshine and Super Mario Galaxy's greatest hits, with a smattering of truly distinct ideas. The shrinking power-up, which only appears in one level, is good enough to carry a whole game. The stopwatch isn't far behind. Novelty certainly isn't a prerequisite for quality. Far from it. It's partially because of its established format that Astro Bot is able to hone in so acutely on the fundamental joys of 3D platforming design. But if we're going to continue having conversations about what first-party publishers could be doing to nurture artistry in video games, we need to resist equating polish with innovation. It should go without saying that this innovation vis-a-vis 3D platformers is alive and kicking in the indie space. I'd be remiss not to mention the excellent Penny's Big Breakaway or the Diamond Dense, I don't even know what that word is, and I'd be a world-class rube not to mention Spark the Electric Jester 3, which games 20 times its size will probably still be catching up to a decade from now. But originality can and should be cultivated elsewhere. Astro Bot and its panoramic brand reverence unintentionally acts as a reminder of a time when Sony was known for taking risks, often on first-time developers whose prior lack of involvement with video games led to radically unique interpretations of what they could be. Several of these developers' franchises are given nods, though those who have seen Astro Bot through to 100% completion will know that it seems especially keen on Parappa the Rapper, a game that underscores the shift in Sony's publishing philosophy more than perhaps any other. We're almost done here. I'll just finish it out. It says Parappa the Rapper was the brainchild of musician Masaya Matsuura prior to the game's release. Matsuura was one half of the prolific J-pop duo Psy-S, who put out 11 original albums between their formation in 1983 and breakup in 1996. He began experimenting with interactive software in the early 90s, mostly because he wanted to. Sony, having released all of Psy-S's projects under their Sony Music label, supported him. It's because of that support that Parappa was born, and with it, rhythm games. Matsuura wasn't trying to invent the genre, he was only trying to do something interesting. And in his brilliance, he saw past the next 30 years of imitators by implementing a freestyling system which rewarded players for diverging from on-screen prompts and making something uniquely theirs. It's not like this sort of talent vanished into the ether. It's right there in Team Asobi, which is composed primarily of developers from the now disbanded Japan studio, one of Sony's most renowned partners, responsible for masterpieces like Shadow of the Colossus, Gravity Rush, and yes, Ape Escape. These people don't only know how to make good video games, they know how to make real video games. I don't think Astro Bot is asking for anything quite as insidious as brand loyalty, but it's somewhere in that ballpark. Brand appreciation, brand wistfulness, a desire to see its old IP resurrected, and its current ones sustained. I balk at that almost as much as I do at the fan service itself. Yet, yes, of course, I'd buy a new Dark Cloud day one, but we should demand more from this industry than familiarity. The next Masaya Matsuura is already out there, so is the next Kaz Ibe, I don't know if I'm saying his name correctly, and the next Hideo Kojima, and the next Kazutashi Aida. I struggle with these names. And the next, okay, and he's just naming more and more legendary figures. They won't show up unless we let them work. So I wanted to make sure, I know that was a lot, but I wanted to make sure to read that article in its entirety because I'm not a fan of just cherry picking and just being like, I'm just going to pull this out and then, freak out on it. But, this, I've come across a few takes that are similar to this somewhat, where there are people who are like, man, Astro Bot is basically just like an IP graveyard, like a reminder of what we're never going to get, a reminder of what we got but wasn't good enough and is now dead. And I've seen people with that take, and this is surprising to me because it's just like, I have wanted to see Sony maybe dive into their back catalog of IP, but at the same time, like, I think what bothers me the most about this article is, like, I get it. We want new original stuff that can stand on its own, and maybe we could say that Astro Bot is new and original and unique from Sony, but it's got all this PlayStation stuff all over it. And I understand that leads people to think that, like, man, this clearly they don't believe Astro Bot can stand on its own. And I'm just like, guys, listen, Astro Bot, if you play this game, it's the PlayStation characters, again, all the cameos, all this stuff, it's not what makes the game good. It enhances it. It makes it better in some ways, It doesn't make the game go from good to great. It makes it go from great to a little bit greater. And that's what bothers me about this article is it's like, this is kind of like, I call bullshit. Like we're like, you don't sit there and say, no, this doesn't count. Why? Why? Because the bots you're rescuing, 300, not 300 of them, but half of them are VIP bots that reference the history of PlayStation on its 30th anniversary, by the way. I feel like this is, I'm not saying that somebody can't have a problem with this. You can. I'm not saying you can't like Astro Bot. You don't have to like Astro Bot. You don't have to give a shit about Astro Bot. You could look at it and be like, no, doesn't look like it's for me. I don't think I would enjoy it. That's fine. But what, in my opinion, what you can't do is turn to Astro Bot and turn to Team Asobi and say, almost, guys. You almost made a real game there. You almost made a real banger, but it's too corporate. That's bullshit. And to me, that's completely just taking away from, I think, the point of what Astro Bot is as a package. As a package, like I said, it's an amazingly crafted 3D platformer that honestly, like, I think Team Asobi proves that they're up there with Nintendo, right? But then you just take this whole layer of, let's put PlayStation stuff across it to celebrate. I just don't get it, man. I just don't get it. I don't understand why it's like, I can get why people have a problem with the PS5 Pro. I can get why people have a problem with Concord. I can get why people have a problem with the fact that Sony hasn't announced many new first-party games. I can understand the PSN PC thing. I can understand that all, but in my opinion, like you're taking it too far when you decide that we got to start nitpicking Astro Bot now. It's like, really? We have to nitpick this now too? Really? I don't know. The only thing I'll say, the only credit I'll give this article, because I feel like a better way, I do think this article was crafted in such a way to basically elicit rage bait. I think that's obvious, especially within that first opening paragraph. And I get it. This is what Kotaku does. This is what Kotaku does, and they need to do it. And a lot of places need to do this these days to remain relevant at all. They need to rage bait. I get it. It's part of the game. But I think all in all, you could really just retitle. You know what you could retitle this article, but it won't get nearly as much attention because that's just the way it goes. You could retitle this article, Astro Bot is so good, it doesn't actually need PlayStation. You could title this article that. And basically all you would say is, guys, the level design, the mechanics, everything about this 3D platformer is so good that it could stand on its own without all the nostalgia and all the cameos and, you know, all the brand reverence. And I agree with that. I fully agree with that. This game could stand on its own without it. But I just have to ask the question, what damage is it doing by having it? And that's where I feel like there is no valid answer to that, because it's not doing any damage. If a person buys Astro Bot because of the brand reverence, I bought Astro. I'm not saying me, but like just as an example, I bought Astro Bot because I want to unlock the Kratos bot and I want to dress Astro up as a Bloodborne hunter. Yep. That's why. You know what the beauty of it is? Guess what? Go play that game. You're still playing through it. You're still going to experience everything that Team Asobi created. And I would argue, like, dude, 80% of what Astro Bot is is just Team Asobi. More than 80% of it. You play through those levels, like, listen, man, I played through a lot of these levels in Astro Bot, and I'm like, yeah, I will say, oh, there's a bot, I got to go rescue it or something, or I hear a bot. But I'm more focused on like, damn, this level's beautiful. This level looks amazing. The level design is awesome. The art style, you know, the whole thing. So I'm saying, like, even if somebody decided their reasoning for buying the game was for the PlayStation side of it, like, that doesn't change the fact that what the person is about to experience is one of the best crafted 3D platformers ever made. And I just feel like it's totally disingenuous to try to, I don't know, to try to make it sound like there's just something wrong here. And it's like, there's nothing wrong here. There's nothing wrong here. Like, my question is, how come it's okay? Like, how come it's okay for Smash Bros to be like a big thing, you know, where that's not much different in the sense that it's a coming together of all these different characters and a celebration in a way. But no, you know, does Kotaku write article? I mean, well, God, they probably do. Knowing Kotaku, they do write articles like that. Now, as for like the ending of the article where it's like basically Astro Bot highlights how much PlayStation has changed, I agree. Yeah, PlayStation's different now. And I understand that like people want Sony to kind of get a little bit back to their roots. Where it's like we want Sony, we want you to start making, we want you to make another Parappa the Rapper or try to make a game like that. And you know, I get where people are coming from, but at the same time, it's like, I'm good. Like, no, that's okay. Sony, please don't take Santa Monica Studio and have them make a game like that. Please have them make a new AAA IP. That sounds good to me. I'm totally cool if Naughty Dog's like, yeah, we don't want to go back to Crash Bandicoot, or we don't want to go back to Jak and Daxter. We want to make something brand new. Yeah, I'm totally cool with that. But at the same time, I'm not saying that Sony should completely neglect all this IP and leave it locked up forever. I think it's just a matter of timing. I think it's a matter of if you find a team that would love to work on something or even licensing it out. That's something else I wanted to mention, by the way. Something I actually didn't talk about at all, but did you guys see that game Freedom Wars is getting remastered and it's launching in January? And I might try it. I don't know, man. Like I was seeing some gameplay of it. I'm like, this looks kind of cool. Reminds me of Monster Hunter a bit. But this is a Sony-owned IP, and it was a PS Vita game that came out. I think it was a PS Vita exclusive. And Sony actually licensed it out, where they're like, yeah, we'll, like, they told the team, like, you can do something more with this if you want, but we're not going to. And that's where I think Sony's like, it's a little bit strange. They're like, we're not publishing it. And so Bandai Namco came in and they're like, we'll publish it. So Sony seems to be showing signs. I don't know if people are picking up on this. Like, yeah, that's the only thing. No Xbox allowed. Sony, and it's going to Switch as well. Yeah. So Sony is showing signs that they are maybe starting to experiment here. It's like, maybe they are going to be okay with starting to license out some of their IP and taking some of these games that, whether it be remasters or sequels or whatever, and just kind of, if somebody else is willing to publish it, maybe, or if they can find the right partners, make it happen. And, I think that there's a glimmer of hope there, but I don't know, man. I just think it's just kind of ridiculous to me. I'll read this post that I put out on Twitter, because this is where I'll end this topic. And then I'll move on to the next one. So I put out this post, I quote tweeted the article, and I said, so the article's title says, Astro Bot's soulless devotion to the Sony brand is a real problem. I responded by saying, no, Astro Bot is a really fun, well-crafted game that also offers a layer of nostalgia, paying homage to PlayStation's history that just makes it that much more enjoyable. How people come up with these nonsense takes about this game is strange. And that's what this is to me. This is a nonsense take. It's fine. People can have their opinions. They can have their thoughts. But it's like, bro, come on, man. And Silent Spartan coming out of nowhere. Dropping a 20 bomb on you guys.
Holy shit.
Silent Spartan is not playing around today, bro. He was lurking in the shadows. Dropping 20 membership gifts out of nowhere on you guys. Silent Spartan, thank you so much, my friend. That's crazy, bro. Did not see that coming. It's the weather. The weather is making Silent Spartan drop 20 bombs. No, dude, that's awesome, Silent Spartan. Thank you so much for that, bro. That actually brings us all the way up to 47 members on the day. So just like that, Silent Spartan gets the train going at full speed, and he drops another 5 bomb. Silent Spartan's doing it. He's doing it. We need W's in the chat. We need 5 bombs in the chat. We need 20 bombs in the chat. Silent Spartan dropping 25 member gifts. Single-handedly taking us beyond the goal of 50. And just like that, I'm going to owe you guys reps at the end of the stream. Silent Spartan, bro, thank you so much for that, man. That's incredible. Really appreciate the support, guys. Every time I say it, I mean it. I can only do this because you guys make it possible. Good shit, dude. So we're actually sitting at 52 members on the day now, thanks to Silent Spartan and his generosity here. Look at that. You guys crushed 2 goals. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. So just a reminder to anybody who got gifted a membership, you now have access to some member exclusive content. We did a members lounge at the end of last week. So if you didn't check that out, if you weren't able to check that out, go check it out. It was a good time. And we'll have more members content coming up this week. So again, Silent Spartan, thank you so much for that, man. MBG, have you forgotten what PlayStation once was? No, it's just that I know that they've changed. I understand that, but I don't know. I do think Sony needs to try to have a bit more of a balance here, and I think they're going to work their way towards that. I do. I have a super chat from Rashtam B2. He says, strongly disagree with you. Sony needs variety. Not everything has to be AAA photorealistic movie games. I want more Gravity Rush, Astro Bot, not The Last of Us 3. No, I get what you're saying, Rashtam, and I want to clarify something. I'm not saying that that's all Sony should focus on. I'm not saying that. Like, and maybe that's how it came off. I totally understand that when people play Astro Bot and they see, a lot of these characters in games that were there during the PS1, 2, and 3 era, that they're like, man, we kind of don't get much like that anymore. And I agree. We don't get nearly as much. But I guess what I'm just trying to say is I understand and respect that a lot of Sony studios have transformed, and that's the word I'm going to use is transformed. And what they've transformed into, I'm not opposed to it. I'm not saying that I'm on board with every single game that every studio makes. That's not the case. But generally speaking, I'm not opposed to it. For example, you say you're more excited at the idea of getting another Gravity Rush, another Astro Bot over The Last of Us 3. And I get that. I guess what I'm just trying to say is I don't expect Naughty Dog to be the one to do that. You know what I mean? The Last of Us 3 would only be made by Naughty Dog. And I don't expect them to be like, you know what? Can we make an Astro Bot instead? I don't think that's going to happen, and I don't think that should happen. Even with Gravity Rush, I don't think they should do that either. If they said we want to make another game similar to Jack and Daxter, that would be interesting, and I'd be open for that, but only if that's really what they wanted to do. But I just kind of respect the fact that, and I know how some people see it as maybe pretentious, and it's this isn't you know, you're too far away from your roots, and I see why people can view it as pretentious, but I think Naughty Dog kind of views it as like, we're trying to push the envelope here in the AAA space. We're trying to push the boundaries. And I'm all for that, dude. Like, I want to see them do that. But I also agree that I don't want that to have to come at the expense of these other games. But I try to be understanding that Sony's output of these smaller games or these mid-sized games is not going to be as it's not going to be as much of the focus as it once was, where these games are now going to kind of serve as in-betweens, not the whole meal. And yeah, no, I agree with that too as well, Rashdam. I think Naughty Dog's probably the worst example to bring up because, dude, in the time that they made The Last of Us multiplayer that ended up getting canceled, they probably could have made a whole new Jack and Daxter game. And and then be like, okay, now we're going to work on The Last of Us. But I don't know, man. I feel like Sony maybe is becoming aware, or they have become aware relatively recently. And maybe this is where Astro Bot is a great sign. Like the fact that it's seemingly doing so well, where they're becoming aware that like we do have to try to have some stuff, like some more stuff, right? The real question I have, is like, does Herman Holst, and I'm going to say Herman because he's the head of PlayStation Studios, like is he starting to look at the back catalog of PlayStation owned IP? I will say one of the more bizarre things that people were kind of highlighting with Sony recently was when Hiroki Totoki kind of went on this, wasn't a rant, but he was basically explaining that like he doesn't feel like they have enough original IP. Now, to be fair, when he said that, I think he was referring mainly to like their movies and their like TV stuff and whatnot, not necessarily gaming. But he didn't necessarily clarify that either. So people were like, "Bro, what are you smoking? Like, you have some of you have like some of the richest catalog of IP out there, and you're just doing nothing with it." And I agree. Like, I do want to see Sony strike a better balance where I would like to see them diving into their treasure trove of IP. Now, be selective with it. You can't do everything, but be picky and choosy. That's fine. Hopefully, picking out the stuff that people have been asking for. And if you can't give it to if you can't give it to Sucker Punch, you can't, Sucker Punch they don't want to do a Sly Cooper. Okay. Maybe just hold on to it and see if you can find a team to license it to. I'm sure there are so many development teams out there that aren't owned by Sony, but would love the opportunity to try to make a new entry in the Sly Cooper series. And like people who are probably fans of the series themselves that would love to do it, that are working at these studios. I think that's kind of what Sony should start doing. That's why I kind of referenced the Freedom Wars remaster, where it's like, it is a remaster, but Sony, would you be okay giving Killzone to somebody else and getting like a Killzone remaster or something? You know what I mean? It's so weird. Like, I will say, it's so, like, does anybody else find it weird that it's like, guys, you ready for that Freedom Wars remaster? And I'm like, Freedom what? What are you talking about? Like, that's a pretty damn obscure IP. I just think it's so interesting that Sony, and maybe there's a reason for it. Maybe Sony's saving it in their back pocket. But I'm like, so let me get this straight. You're going to do a Freedom Wars remaster, but you're just not doing a Resistance remaster of any kind? You're not willing to do like a SOCOM remaster? We're just going to do that, you know? Why isn't Killzone being considered as a live service game? It's a great question. I don't know. I really don't know, dude. Because I know people say, well, Killzone didn't sell that well. Like, not as well as like something like Horizon. And it wasn't like it wasn't their big, Halo moment. And I get that, but it's like, I don't know, man. If they approached it this generation with a live service approach, they could, I feel like they would find a different level of success. But I don't know. Maybe there's something they know that I don't. And Silent Spartan with a super chat says the art transcends the artist. I would not want Sony Santa Monica going backwards after they made two amazing God of War titles. They can only go forward now. Yeah, I'm in agreement with that, Silent Spartan. I want to see Santa Monica, like these studios that have proven that they can kind of push the envelope and set the bar, right? I don't ever want to see them go backwards. And I understand the reverence and even the nostalgia and the love that people have because I have it too for many games. I understand all of that, but I just feel like sometimes people have unrealistic expectations of these studios in that I think where a problem may lie is the reality, Silent Spartan, and I'm sure sure you're aware of this, is that Santa Monica doesn't want to go back either. Like, I think that that's something that people sometimes overlook with these storied studios is that a lot of times Sony's probably just giving them what they want. And I find it so telling that Mark Cerny interview we got this year, not the presentation, but the interview we got prior, he was asked, like, why does game development take so long now? Why is AAA game development just getting longer and longer? And he was just straight up saying, like, this is what the studios want to do. Like, they want to make even bigger games, even better games. Like, they want to take things to the next level. And in doing so, it's going to cost money. It's going to take more time. And I just think that it's so funny to me that, like, a lot of people, I think, aren't aware of, like, this is what these studios want to do. And I do understand. Like, I absolutely do understand how maybe Guerrilla sees going back to Killzone as maybe that's going backwards for them. Maybe they're much happier and much more satisfied with what they created with Horizon. And then even if after that, they're like, we'd really just rather do something brand new, another new IP. I totally get that. And I respect that. But it kind of reminds me of the Days Gone situation that we talked about earlier, where it's like, to me, that's a conundrum that probably exists for so many IP right now underneath PlayStation, where it's like Days Gone was a big success, like in terms of sales. Maybe not the biggest critical success, but it has a loyal fan base that loves this game and wants more of it. But the studio doesn't want to make another one. And Sony's not forcing them to make another one. So it's like, what do we do? What do we do now? And that's where I feel like it's probably not as simple or as easy to just say, so who wants to make Days Gone 2? It's probably not that simple because, I mean, I'm sure a lot of studios would be like, oh, we'll make it, but like, are you the right fit though? Like, can we really trust you to make? You get what I'm saying? I think it's a topic that I think is a little bit more complex than people realize, but I do think because Sony, they have a very long history, and as the years go by, they rack up more and more and more IP. I think they maybe should consider like taking a look back and be like, Sony, realistically, like what games during the PS1, 2, and 3 era did you really believe in that maybe just didn't work out the way you thought, but maybe it could work this time? And take that, and then again, I feel like the hard part is Who's the right fit? Like, I don't know. I talk about SOCOM all the time, and I'm like, but who the hell would make it? Like, for all I know, Herman was like, we should make a SOCOM. But every time he says that, he's like, but I don't, who's going to make it? You get what I'm saying? I feel like it's probably a much more difficult balance to strike than we realize. Like, if we were just suddenly in charge, we'd probably realize, like, very quickly, like, listen, man, if we go in the direction you want to go, where you want to, you're going to like, how awkward would that be? Imagine you're in charge of PlayStation Studios and you go to, I don't know, you go to like Sucker Punch and you're like, all right, guys, you're making a new Sly Cooper. Yeah? You ready? We're bringing him back. And they're like they, you know, you're in a meeting, in the board meeting, like the studio heads, and they're like, what are you talking about? Like, you're going to make Sly Cooper. We have no interest in making another Sly Cooper. Like, at all. Like, what do you do? Like, do you turn them and say, well, that's too bad. I'm your boss. You're making a new Sly Cooper. And then you have a miserable team that's like, we hate you. And then people start leaving the studio. It's not that, it's not easy. You know, it's easier said than done. And here's a question I have, right? Did Team Asobi want to do this with Astro Bot? Did the team at Asobi, no, the Team Asobi, did they want to do this? Did they want to add the cameos? Did they want to have it have a PlayStation focus? I think there's this idea that, like, Sony basically went to them like, you're gonna make it about PlayStation, right? Right? Maybe they did, but I don't know. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they're like, no, we want to do that. We like that. This is where I'm saying, like, there has to be something has to be said for the studios themselves and the people who are making the stuff that we're looking forward to playing or are playing. You know, I don't think we want teams to work on shit that they don't want to work on. But yeah, I don't know. We also have Yaren with a super chat saying, did you see the Concord credits? It's maybe more than an hour long, which is at least double of the size of most games, and you can push buttons to applaud or cheer. Oh my God, no, I didn't see that. Is that true? I feel like you're almost trolling right now. I'm looking this up. Oh, wait, hold on. Yaren, we have a pricing reveal. We will reveal the prices of the 5 different hardware products. Oh. All right. Where is it? Okay, here's the pricing for the 30th anniversary stuff that leaked out. This is coming from Dia Labs or Bill Coon or whatever. The big unknown remains the price for each. For our part, and after some investigation, we were able to obtain the final price in US dollars. The PS5 console pack as well. All right, so the limited edition PS5 Slim digital edition bundle will cost exactly $500. There is no additional $50. So it's just $500. The 30th anniversary DualSense will cost $80, 80 US dollars. And that's it. That's all they got. All right. I'm not going to lie, I thought there was going to be a little bit more there, but there we go. That's interesting. I got to say, if this turns out to be true, I'm a little bit surprised that the 30th anniversary PS5 is not more expensive. It's the same. Saying, bro, that doesn't help your chat. So yeah, like, does that mean the Portal would still just be $200? Hmm. Well, you're only interested in the DualSense 30th anniversary edition. Do I know what time the pre-orders go up? I think it's 10 a.m. Eastern. Well, when it comes to the 30th anniversary stuff, I'll be real with you guys. Like, I'm not even going to bother with the PS5 Pro bundle. Like, as much as I want it, I'm not even going to try. I'm just not. Like, I'm just not. I'm not getting one. I've accepted that I'm not getting one, and that's okay. I'm just going to get a regular PS5 Pro. As for the other items, though, I do want to get a DualSense. I guess the question for me is, do I want to get the DualSense or the DualSense Edge? Oh, sorry, guys. I think I should get the Edge. I mean, that's what I use now. MBG with that defeatist attitude. Thanks, Sony. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I know it's a total defeatist attitude, but I'm just being real. You know, like, I'm not gonna try to. I'm not gonna lie to myself. Like, there's no chance I'm securing a 30th anniversary bundle. And I also like, I don't know, man. I am at that kind of point where I'm like, I have to convince myself you don't really want it anyway. Because I'm gonna, like, if I see people, when I see people are like, I got one, I'm be like, I don't care. Like, yeah, am I crying on the inside? Yeah, I don't care. I didn't even try. I'm cool. I'm really dying on the inside, you know. Steven gets it. You can spray paint your panels gray, bro. I mean, I could. I could spray paint them gray. I could try to find a way. I could take my PS5 Pro somewhere, see if I could get it professionally etched or like embossed or something where it'll say like 3 out of like 12,300. Make it look just like it. No. It is what it is, man. I just think it's, yeah. Do it on stream. I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, I'm not looking forward to the 26th. I'm not. Like, it's gonna be, I don't think people are, I don't know. I can't help it. I'm sorry to be so doom and gloom about it, but I'm just like, I'm fully ready. Like, their servers are gonna fucking explode. The website's gonna crash. Nobody's getting shit. And then when it all comes back, we're gonna find out everything's gone. The scalpers got it all. You know? Like, I'm sorry to be so doomer about it, but like, I was there, man. I was there when the PS5 first went up for pre-order, and it was not cool, man. It was not cool. It was such a bad experience that like this is, if you want to know why I'm not even gonna try, this is why. Because I was there, dude. I got PTSD. Yeah, I got legit PTSD from that. I need some PlayStation therapy right now, man. Tell me it's gonna be okay. Tell me it's all gonna be okay. Steven, you're saying if I get one, I may sell it to you. Not going to happen. It's like me winning a lottery. Yeah, I'm waiting to see if somebody does get it and they're like, yo, MBG, you want to buy it? Like, how much? How much? I'd have to think about it, you know? But it's all right. In all seriousness, man, like, as much as I love what Sony's doing with it, like, I'm cool if the only thing I end up getting, oh yeah, I'm sorry about that. Who the hell is Carlos? I'll read that in one moment. I'm cool just getting like a 30th anniversary DualSense, you know, and maybe a Portal, not sure yet. And that's fine, you know. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it. How convincing am I? If I get one, I'll trade you for a bottle of mold. Deal. Maybe a poison ivy leaf in there too. Capone's like, look how mature he's being. Who the hell is Carlos says, I truly hope / believe PS5 will be supported for a long time, even after the PlayStation 6 launches. I just hope Sony doesn't make PS5 slower after PlayStation 6 launches. Well, I do agree with you, or it's not so much an agreement as much as I do believe that the PS5 is going to be supported for many years after the PS6 launches. Like, I think the reality of next generation is if we thought, I don't want to over exaggerate what I'm going to say. I just think that at the very least, cross-gen will last as long, but possibly even longer than it has this generation. And I think a reason for that, well, there's a lot of reasons. I think it's an economics reason. I think it's just the fact that the next gen consoles are likely going to be more expensive and people might be slower to upgrade. And you think about, you know, developers are still trying to kind of catch their game engines up now with these current gen consoles. And I just, you know, and there's also the fact that the Switch 2 is going to be a underpowered console compared to the PS5 and the series consoles. And there's going to be a lot of developers that are like, we want to make sure we get that Switch port, you know, and that Switch money. There's just a lot of factors that I think are going to, yeah, and there's also that, right? The fact that the diminishing returns factor, where will PS6 games look better? Yeah. How much better? I don't know. That's going to be tough. That's how is Sony going to convey that? I don't know, man. Really, really interesting times ahead of us, to be honest. I'm not saying good or bad. I'm just saying very interesting times in terms of how next gen is going to play out, how it's all going to work out, the strategies that Sony and Microsoft choose to implement. You think the PS5 will be supported into the PS7 gen? That would be, God, man, that would be nuts. I don't know. I don't know if I'm willing to go that far. I could see it, like I said, it could be. Well, you know what? Fuck, man. Who am I to say? Because think about it, right? Like, dude, we're about to enter 2025, and there's still PS4 games, like AAA PS4 games coming out. So, yeah, it could be. It could absolutely go that way. So, there's another topic I want to talk to you guys about. Give me one moment to bring it up here. Okay. Silent Hill 2 Remake. Have any of you been seeing the drama / controversy that's been brewing or that's come out about Silent Hill 2 Remake? It's pretty laughable to me just because it's like, man, talk about being late on some stuff. But essentially, what has happened is a lot of people were not aware that Silent Hill 2 Remake is a timed PlayStation 5 console exclusive. A lot of people are just realizing, like they just learned about it in the latest trailer. And the reason why they learned about it in the latest trailer is because at the end of the trailer, it says at the bottom, quote, not available on other formats until October 8th, 2025. Exactly 1 year later. And it's worth noting the game is launching day one on PC. So when they say other formats, they're talking about Xbox consoles. And one of the things I came across about this recently was Eurogamer posted an article that basically went viral. And the article they posted just said, yeah, it's a PS5 console exclusive. And this article was posted like 2 days ago. And it went viral. And I'm looking at the replies underneath. And again, it's just people absolutely shitting all over Sony for this. How dare you, Sony? But then Alex Battaglia, I think his name is, of Digital Foundry, quote tweeted the Eurogamer article, and just simply said pathetic. And here's what I'll say. What people need to realize if they're going to get upset about Sony paying for timed exclusivity, what people need to wake up and realize is that Microsoft had every chance to shell out the cash to get the game as well. And this is what I don't understand. People would rather bitch at Sony and say, damn you, Sony, you're paying Konami. You're paying Konami to lock down a 1 year timed exclusive, and you're locking out Xbox players. God damn you, you pieces of shit. Meanwhile, Microsoft is literally locking down entire publishers. Keep in mind, at any point, Microsoft can write a check to any developer, to any game, and lock that game down on their console for their players. At any moment, they can do that. God knows they can afford it. But they don't. And they won't because they're spending their money in other places. And that's fine. But people need to stop pretending like it's Sony's fucking job to give a shit whether or not Microsoft is willing to do that. Sony's job is to do shit for their players. And if Sony says, yo, Silent Hill 2, that game might get people onto to PlayStation. So players who are currently there will see it as, oh, see, we got this game for you. But more importantly, the the people who aren't here, they might consider it now. And, PC players will get it day one, too. And I get it. If you're an Xbox player, you're probably annoyed. And you're bothered. And you're like, what the fuck? Damn you, Sony. But again, it's like, if it was the other way around, dude, if Metal Gear Solid was locked down as an Xbox exclusive, timed, I would literally look at Sony and be like, what the fuck, dude? How do you let that slip through your fingers? Like, how do you let Microsoft get that game as an exclusive? Sony, what are you doing? I don't know, man. I'm just tired of seeing the overreactions from people. Where it's like, dude, we knew that this game was exclusive 2 fucking years ago, man. 2 years ago. 2 years. 2 years of knowing this game's not launching on Xbox. But for some reason, people want to act like today, like, oh man, I can't believe this. And now people are saying the game's going to fail or whatever. And I get it. It's because you look at like Final Fantasy 16, you look at Rebirth, and I get it. But it's like, either way, reminder, like, Konami got fucking paid. That's another thing that I'm so tired of people just overlooking, where they're just like, people make it seem like Sony walks up to these publishers, gun in hand, being like, you're going to give us your game, right? And they're like, whoa, yeah, no problem. You're not going to release this game on Xbox, yeah? And they're like, yeah, no problems, boss. We're not releasing it on Xbox. We're good. Like, no, dude, that's not how this isn't the fucking mob, That's not how it works. They're business negotiations. Sony says, hey, we've worked out this number and we think it's a fair deal. We'll pay you this amount and we'll include marketing on our platform. What do you think? And Konami looks it over and they think they either, because that's something that people don't consider. It's like, how many publishers said no to Sony? Probably quite a bit. They were probably like, no, we're good, man. And a publisher has to agree. And the only reason they would agree, I'm not saying they couldn't be making a mistake. I'm not saying that. But the only reason they would agree to it is because they feel like it's a fair deal. Get some money now up front. Pay, Sony takes care of the marketing, saves them a bunch of money. And guess what? We still release the game just 1 year later on the other platform. Not bad. Again, all shit that Microsoft at any moment in time can do. Stalker, by the way, timed exclusive on Xbox. Who's bitching about that? I'm not. I think it looks great. I think Stalker looks amazing. But you know what I say? Hey, good job, Phil. You locked down a game for your players that they can look forward to. And you know what? It's all good. When it comes over to my platform, I'll play it. No harm, no foul. I don't know, man. I just don't understand why people are they're just always losing their minds. They're finding something to lose their minds over and get their panties collectively in a bunch over everything Sony does, where it's like, listen, if Metal Gear Solid was an Xbox exclusive and Microsoft dropped that money to make Metal Gear Solid 3 an exclusive, I would literally go buy an Xbox for that game. Literally. And I'd say, you know what? Job well done, Microsoft. You got me. Good shit. Fair play. I'm not going to sit there and be like, how dare you? How dare you, Microsoft? How dare you try to lock down a really desirable game for your platform and your player base? I don't know. I'm curious to, you know what, though? I will say this. I'd say pathetic. I'd say pathetic. Why lock it down, though? Well, that's what I'm saying, dude, it's just like, the reason why Sony is locking, see, this is where you see Microsoft and Sony are just in two different lanes now, where just because Microsoft decided we no longer really care about selling the console, why should that stop Sony from locking down games that are seen as highly desirable, that can bring people over to their console? I would do it. Dude, if I was the head of Sony, I'd be like, fuck yeah, dude, let's see what we can lock down. Because I know the power of exclusivity. My goal wouldn't be like, I hope you come to PlayStation and you fucking hate it. No, my goal is, I hope you come to PlayStation for a game that we lock down that you find desirable and you realize, hey, maybe it's not so bad here. Not too bad, you know? Stay a while. That would be my hope. But I don't know, man. I guess people just have different expectations these days where they expect timed exclusivity and exclusivity deals to just not exist anymore. And it's like, well, maybe they will start to go away. Because the truth is, if we look to Square Enix, it's like, yeah, they made a bad deal with Sony. It does happen. And I'm not here to say that every deal that's made is a good one. But I don't know, man. I think Silent Hill 2 has a chance of doing pretty well on PlayStation. Again, it's day one on PC, and I'm not sitting here trying to say, and I want to clarify something. If Silent Hill 2 was not exclusive, it would still be fine. You know? Like, it would still be totally fine. But I guess I'm just saying that it's like, at the end of the day, man, I can see why Sony locked a game like Silent Hill 2 down for a year. Because they're like, this is a highly desirable game. This could move some systems. Shit, man. Let's see if we can use it. And I can also understand why Konami's like, yeah, we'll take that money. Sure. But if you think about it, it also kind of makes sense. Where it's like, Microsoft, how are you feeling about this? How do you think Microsoft feels about it? You think Microsoft is mad? You think Microsoft is angry? Microsoft doesn't give a shit, dude. Microsoft doesn't give a shit. Because, again, they're like, whatever, man. Our console players can play it when it comes over. We're not worried about that shit anymore. That's Microsoft. Microsoft is like, listen. Like, Microsoft's going to turn to Xbox players and say, listen, guys. We know some of you might be a little bit upset that you can't play Silent Hill 2 when it comes out. But we just fucking bought Call of Duty. And you're getting Black Ops 6 on Game Pass, okay? All right? Is that not enough for you? That's absolutely the way Microsoft is looking at it right now. Like, don't you dare sit here and try to tell me you would prefer Silent Hill 2 over Call of Duty on Game Pass. You sons of bitches, all right? They get to save money. But yeah, I don't know. I do wonder if the bad deal between Square and Sony maybe has altered Sony's. Well, actually, here's another thing that's worth noting. Like, dude, Sony has lost a lot of money, so I imagine Sony's in a position where they're like, I don't know that we can afford to keep locking down all these games, man, because it's expensive. It's not like Sony's not getting these games for free, man. It's expensive. Dominic213, you're saying, I said it a long time ago, this is going to happen when Xbox gamers don't buy their games. I think more Sony console exclusives are coming. That'll be an interesting thing to find out, right? Because there's a lot of that talk, right? Where it's like, well, like, dude, I have a friend who plays on Xbox and he's subscribed to Game Pass. And I was talking to him the other day and I was like, hey man, did you ever play Helldivers 2? And he's like, no, I never did. He's like, I thought it looked good. I was like, well, why didn't you play it? And he's like, oh, I'm not buying it. I'm like, why not? He's like, oh, I'm not buying a game. I don't buy games. I was like, oh, so you just only exclusively play your games through Game Pass? And he's like, yeah, I don't spend money on games anymore. Or he's like, I don't buy games anymore. And dude, I know that's just anecdotal, but it's like, dude, that's a person I know in real life that's just straight up like, yeah, I ain't fucking buying games anymore. I'm on Game Pass. And I'm not saying that's like, I mean, that's his prerogative, you know, that's fine. That's a very viable option for him. But I just think it's interesting that I see, you know how they say like the internet isn't real, or they say like like Twitter isn't real. It's like I see people say this shit on Twitter, but then it's like it becomes real in my actual life where it's like, oh, I actually know somebody where like that's exactly what they do. They have an Xbox, they play on it, but they refuse to buy any games. They literally refuse to buy any games. To be fair, they're refusing to buy PlayStation games as well. They just don't buy games anymore. And Game Pass is the reason why. So I think I'm not saying it's as extreme where it's like surely not everybody on Xbox feels that way, but it is interesting to think that like a certain group of people are like, yeah, like I'm not buying a game. It's like, yeah, I mean that's in a way that is kind of like the price maybe Microsoft pays somewhat, where it's like, I mean, this is what happens when you go all in with this mantra, you know? But hey, even better, Microsoft could have locked down Silent Hill 2 Remake as a day one Game Pass game. They could have done that too. But they didn't. They didn't because they hate you. They hate Xbox players. They hate their fan base. I'm just kidding. Call of Duty on Game Pass, bro. Call of Duty on Game Pass. It's all good. Hold on one sec, guys. I think my voice is like finally starting to go a little bit. Well, we're very close to the launch of Call of Duty. I think it launches next month, at the end of next month. I'm curious, man. I'm curious to see how like I bet you Microsoft is hoping that it does really well, obviously, but I'm wondering if they're expecting it to like cause a kind of cause like a an uptick to where they can come out and be like, we've hit this many people on Game Pass now. It'll be, oh, you know what? There was, speaking of Xbox, I did want to go over this article with you guys. I wanted to go over this article where there was like this big extensive interview with Sarah Bond. My son's like freaking out there. I wonder what's going on. All right, so there's this article that was written up by WCCF Tech. It says Xbox is operating under a challenging set of revenue and profit goals. Oh my God, hold on. I got to close some of these tabs. Jesus. What is going on? All right, we're doing better now. Yeah, so it says, it's no secret that Xbox has been struggling lately, even more so after the Activision acquisition, a deal that cost $69 billion. This makes it the largest acquisition in gaming, but not necessarily the smartest. It's been even more challenging for Xbox as the overall gaming market has stagnated significantly, primarily due to events like the pandemic, which made the industry even more volatile than it already was. One of the significant factors in the industry now is how inaccessible games are to many people. With blockbuster games costing $70 to purchase as the average gamer, Sarah Bond, the vice president of Xbox, has said that they are now looking into other areas aside from the traditional gaming business and aiming to reach into untapped areas. By discussing her next moves, she's hinted at new Xbox hardware, where Phil Spencer has continuously expressed interest in a handheld device. Of course, while discussing new hardware, they are also peddling Xbox exclusive games and promoting their subscriptions, such as Xbox Game Pass, with a heavier focus now on the subscription instead of the consoles. While the Activision acquisition has much potential for Microsoft, Bond must continue to make more sacrifices in the games division. Over 2,650 jobs have been lost this year, adding to the total industry-wide job loss of 11,500. Despite Microsoft's belief that the Activision acquisition will benefit them in the long run, the gaming unit is operating under a challenging set of revenue and profit goals, as those who are familiar with Xbox's business capabilities state. Sarah Bond is very aware of the challenge ahead of them, saying, quote, "The opportunity on the other side is way bigger for all of us," end quote. An opportunity that the company has been fighting for almost a year. A few months after Bond started working at Microsoft, Game Pass was implemented, a subscription service that Microsoft spent $1 billion on yearly to get third-party games. It's not a secret that Microsoft's profits come from the company's other sectors, which have nothing to do with gaming. While the higher-ups who work on these sectors don't know much about gaming, Spencer said, quote, "You could see the board grasp how Xbox could be much bigger than it is today," end quote. According to Microsoft, Game Pass subscribers spend 50% more on games than non-subscribers. That's interesting. And a large part of the credit goes to Sarah Bond for making the subscription service viable. To this date, Bond still recognizes that she's making decisions that we're going to live with in the next decade in an industry that's incredibly volatile and constantly changing. So there were some interesting things. Oh my God, Yeah, there were some interesting things that came out of this Sarah Bond interview, but one of the things that did come out is that they made it clear that, and I think this is kind of obvious, I'll be honest with you, but they made it clear that they're under a fuck ton of pressure. Like, they are under immense pressure where the board of Microsoft, and I talked about this before, it's like one of these things where, like, be careful what you wish for, where the Eye of Sauron, right, is now on the Xbox gaming division, where they spent all this money to acquire ABK, and there's just this incredible pressure to, like, you gotta deliver results. No more losses, no more break evens. We need profit, and that's gonna be interesting because, hold on, Leia's freaking out. And what I was saying is, it's interesting that, like, you know, we wonder why, like, how come suddenly Microsoft is shifting and they're starting to put some of their games on their consoles and everything, and why does it seem like they're not as caring anymore about the console business? And I think it's all the ABK deal, man. I think it's all the ABK deal. I think it completely uprooted everything and has changed everything for this brand. And I don't know. They're still banking on Game Pass, dude. And that's why I'm so interested to see. Because my question is, what happens if Game Pass doesn't work out the way that they want it to, right? It's pretty clear that them putting Black Ops 6 day one in the Game Pass, but also raising the price of it, is pretty clear that they're like, this has to work. You know, this has to be the thing that moves the needle for Game Pass. What if it's not? I'm not saying it will or won't, but I'm just saying, what if it's not? What then? Like, what are they going to do then? I don't know. Not your monkeys, not your circus, bro. Good point. Good point, Capono. But I'm interested. I have to admit, they may not be my monkeys and it may not be my circus, but I can't help but observe and kind of see what the outcome here is going to be. MBG, there's always a lot of talk about Microsoft failing in their endeavor, but not much about if they succeed and how much the board could give to Xbox and what they could do with the power and budget. That's true. Yeah, on the other hand, if Call of Duty is what was needed, if Call of Duty does it, right? If it does completely transform the Xbox business because it does what it gets Game Pass to where they always wanted it to be, then I don't know, at that point you have to wonder, like, how far can they go? It's going to be really interesting. You're saying Game Pass isn't going anywhere. $21 a month is fair for what we get with it. No, I don't think it's going anywhere. I don't think Game Pass is going anywhere, but I think the interesting situation with Game Pass is that it might not be like the big thing that I find interesting about this interview is the quote, right? Sarah Bond says, in quotes, Xbox is operating under a challenging set of revenue and profit goals, end quote. And this is where it's like, I'm certain that what I'm looking at here is a too big to fail approach where we were told that Game Pass was sustainable. But if that's true, then why is it so challenging, right? A challenging set of revenue and profit goals. In other words, so to kind of like translate what she's saying is that we have to make a fuck ton of money and then make a fuck ton of profit from that money. Like that's the expectation for us. And that's why I feel like this, like Microsoft really, or specifically the Xbox division, Phil Spencer, this really feels like the final Hail Mary where it's like, I don't want people to think that there has not been an expectation this entire time for them to achieve profitability. There has been. Back in 2016, 17, 18, Xbox, we need you to make some money. But the difference is Xbox also wasn't spending anywhere near as much money. So that's why I find it fascinating that it's like, if Game Pass wasn't profitable then it means it's likely not profitable now. So what will make it profitable? Well, we've already established the only thing that's going to make Game Pass profitable and sustainable is mass amounts of subscribers. Not 30 million, not 40, not 50, like 100. Like 80 to 100 million subs constantly and consistently. That's when you're going to start raking in the fucking big bucks and hitting those revenue goals and hitting those profitability goals. And that's why I'm so fascinated by this Call of Duty play, because I'm convinced, man. Like, I'm not saying I'm not a believer, but I'm not a non-believer either. Like, I'm just like, maybe, right? If Call of Duty can't do it, literally nothing else will. Literally. Conceivably, the only other thing that could is GTA 6, but that's not happening. So Call of Duty is as big as you get. Where it's like, this is a game that's every year coming out at full price. People are buying it every year at full price. This game is selling 20, 30, sometimes 40 million units every year at full price. And it's just a well-oiled money-making machine. So if Call of Duty can't be the thing to get Game Pass where it's got to be, to truly be, to genuinely be like truly profitable at this high level, what else is going to do it? And that's why I'm just really wondering, like, what is the backup plan? You know, is there a backup plan? There has to be. What's the play if it doesn't work? That's what I'm curious to know. I think if it does work, it's obvious what happens then. Like, Game Pass is the future for the gaming brand. Okay, you're saying you're missing it a bit. This isn't about the fate of Xbox or Game Pass. This is the board wanting certain goals achieved to move forward with the next big acquisition Bond and Spencer want to purchase. Yeah, I didn't look at it through that lens. That's an interesting view. That's kind of a terrifying view. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. See, I don't want to look at it like that because then I'm rooting for failure. You know? Like, if that's actually how they're looking at it, where it's like, listen, guys, we want to buy more. We want to suck up more of this, but we can't justify doing that if you can't hit certain goals first. I don't like that shit because it's like, I don't want to see more of that, man. You know? But if I'm being realistic about it, you're probably not far off. Like, that probably is how they're viewing it. Neutral Zone, you're saying if Xbox delivers first-party games like they said every quarter, Game Pass will grow more than just adding Call of Duty. I mean, yeah, that's true. I guess I'm just not convinced yet, you know? Like, I don't think we've seen what happens. Because I don't know, Starfield was supposed to be it, you know? Starfield was a good game, and that was in Game Pass, and that seemingly didn't do much. Is Doom going to do it? I mean, maybe what you're saying here, like if they do it every quarter, like we got a banger every quarter, maybe that'll do it. But I don't know, man. I don't know that Microsoft fully trusts that. There's too many unknowns, unknown variables, unproven variables. Well, we're going to find out. You know? We're going to find out. Another reason, by the way, I'm not so convinced, by the way, about what you just said, Neutral Zone, is because some of those multiplats are now, you know, like Indiana Jones. I mean, I know it's not day and date, but it just seems like it's because it was a last minute decision. But like that's coming to Xbox like 4 months later, you know, so like may as well be day and date. I'm just curious. I don't know, man. I don't know. There's too many. Right. If there's one thing I do know is that I don't know. Right. There's so many questions going into 2025 with all of this. And I'm not saying, like, I'm not literally invested in it in the sense that, like, I'm not an investor, right? But I just find it very interesting to see, like, I know how much of this, I know for a fact that a lot of what we're seeing right now, that there's question marks there, that once they're no longer question marks and we have our answers, it's going to have huge implications on the future of obviously the console space, but the entire industry. And I can't wait to see that, you know? I can't wait to see, for better or for worse. I want to see how it all plays out. But yeah, that'll be interesting to see Xbox getting Steam on their next console. I really, really wonder what Sony does then. Right? Because if Microsoft announces like Steam is launching with the next Xbox, so I can play Helldivers 2 on the next Xbox. I can play God of War. I can play Horizon. I can play blah, blah, blah. You know, it's like, I don't know, man. That might fuck Sony all up. I can see Sony coming out and being like, you know what? We're delisting all those games, bro. Delisted. You can thank Xbox for that. So next Xbox is Windows. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it'll work. You're gonna see Sony's gonna get angry and delist all their games from Steam. You know, it does. We talked extensively earlier about the idea of a PC, a PlayStation PC launcher, and I do wonder, like, what are the chances that Sony basically does that? Where they're like, listen, so Steam is on Xbox now, and we're not putting our games on Xbox. So we're moving all of our games to our launcher, and that's just how it's going to be. Or maybe they'll change it to where it'll be just live service games. Just live service games. You know, will still launch on Steam. Everything else, no. Think it'll be a bigger failure than EGS? I don't know. Interesting times ahead. Certainly. Well, Well, guys, I think we're going to be wrapping the stream up in like the next 5 or 10 minutes. So I want to put out like a kind of last call here as we do. If you have anything else you want to drop in terms of fan funding, whether it be any more membership gifts, if you want to become a member, drop any more super chats, any direct donations. Oh shit, you know what? I knew there was so somebody dropped a super chat. I got to see if I can find it. Damn it. I knew I was going to forget. On my last stream, somebody dropped a super chat right after the stream ended. And I wasn't able to read it because the stream was no longer live. But now I got to see if I can find it. That's why I always try to do this last call thing. So if people had any intention whatsoever, see if I can find it here. Okay, so the super chat, I don't know if this person's here right now, but they dropped a $5 super chat. And this was, again, at the very end of my last stream, but my stream had already ended. It was from Ice Rezo. He says, I checked Fair Game's trailer again, and it's giving me similar vibes to Concord. I don't feel confident about that game. It has a similar aesthetic. And to that, Ice Rezo, I say, yeah, I'm right there with you, man. I rewatched the trailer not that long ago as well, and I have very little. I have like no confidence. I'm going to be honest. Like I'll give it a shot. Like show me what you got. Sure, but yeah, I'm very nervous for that game. I think what they need to do, if they haven't already, is they need to like start changing certain aesthetic things, because I mean the gameplay is king, obviously, but yeah, when I saw that trailer, I'm just like, this looks. The gameplay seems like it could be interesting, but the look of this game is like, come on, guys, fucking A. It just looks the same as every other fucking wannabe live service game these days. And I just hate this shit. Like, I don't know. I don't want to be like overly negative, but I'm just so like, how come, I don't know, how come, like, can we just go back to like 2004 and 5 and 6 and just kind of like just start making things brown and gray again for just a little bit? Just a little bit, man. You know, like I'm so tired of seeing everything being colorful and in your face. And it's like, isn't this catching your attention? Sparkly, bright colors. Yes, doesn't that just grab you? And it's like, I want to see some fucking brown and gray. That's what I want to see. We need the blue Battlefield 3 filter back. There we go. Let's get some blue filter on this shit. Let's get some blue filter on it. I think you have 1 year left of this PlayStation coverage stuff. Soon enough, you're going to be middle ground. Well, I don't know. I don't know that. Like, I am not opposed. Like, I'm not inherently opposed to playing on other things. It's just, I've always told you guys that the reason why I'm PlayStation focused is because that's where I am. Like, that's what I play on. That's what I care about. I do cover other aspects of the industry, but it's the same reason why, like, I talked earlier about, man, like, I just don't have an interest in playing on PC. You know? You're saying, honestly, you just seem so dissatisfied with PlayStation for the past year. Well, that's the thing is, I'm not. It's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag, and I feel like PlayStation's been a bit schizophrenic this year, to be honest, and that's why I just feel like I'm gonna need some, I don't know if reassurance is the right word, but like I'm gonna need to see Sony kind of get their shit straight here, because again, man, like literally, I was thinking earlier, what is my game of the year? I'm not kidding. I think my game of the year might end up being Helldivers 2. And I know for some people that might sound crazy, but it's like, it's just because that game lived, it surpassed my expectations like tenfold. I knew Helldivers 2 was going to be fun. And anybody who's been watching me for the past couple years, you know, I was hyping that game up, dude, when like nobody was paying attention to it. But then it was like way fucking better than I thought it was. Like, holy shit, this game is incredible. It's like top notch. And I still go back and play it sometimes. And that's what I mean. It's just like, that's Sony, dude. Like, Sony did that shit. I mean, it's Arrowhead, of course, but that's a Sony game, man, through and through. And I'm like, well, that's interesting. And I think, all right, what else did I play? Oh, dude, Rise of the Ronin was a great time. Stellar Blade was really fun. You know? Just played Astro Bot. And it's like, I look at this shit and I'm like, it's pretty good. It's pretty good, you know? But then there's just like Concord just sitting there. And you just like look at it and you're like, Sony, what the fuck, bro? You know? You're just like, what the fuck? And so when you look away from Concord, you know, you play these games, you enjoy these games, you stare at Concord for a little bit and you're like, what happened? And then you like look away from it, you know? And then the next thing you ask Sony is, all right, well, Sony, you've been a little bit all over the place these days. One of the last things you did, you know, people are not too thrilled about a $700 console now. So you got some bangers you ready to announce? Sony's just like, no. And you're just like, oh, all right. So it's not, it's a mixed bag, man. Like, I want Sony to just get back on track, and I want to feel like I know what to expect. I think that's what it comes down to, man. Like, I think I'm just completely over the spontaneity of this Sony that's like 12 live service games. Yeah, you know, like it just feels like it's been I don't know. This has been a crazy year for PlayStation. Like from top to bottom. Even the last couple of months of last year, it's like there are certain areas with Sony where I do feel like very dissatisfied, where I'm like, and the reason that dissatisfaction comes from, I know you can do fucking better than this. Like, I know for a fact you can do better than this. Like, that's why I say, like, you got to get this shit straight, dude. You do. And that comes in the form of, like, again, when was the last showcase? The last showcase was May of 2023. How was that showcase? Kind of a joke. That was not it, man. And that's where the frustration comes from. It's like, Sony, next showcase got to be so much better, because I know it can be. Come on, I know you're better than that. I know you can do better than this. Easily. And then it's like, here we are, over a year later. It's like, so where's that showcase? It's like non-existent, apparently. So it goes from I want a better showcase to I just want a fucking showcase. And like that's an area where it's like I've been complaining for so long, and I don't want to sound entitled, but it's just, I think core PlayStation players know, like, something's just off here. It just hasn't, like, we have a higher expectation, and that expectation was created by Sony themselves. Rashdam, you're saying Nintendo games sell millions with that art style. Look at Mario Kart 8 and Animal Crossing. Gameplay equals king. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Rashdam. But think about what you said, though, right? Like, Nintendo has that shit locked in. If Sony were to try to copy Nintendo and be like, we got to make all our games kind of have that aesthetic too, it works for Nintendo, it can work for us. Sony might screw themselves because it turns out that, nah, bro, I don't need your games to look like that because I get that from Nintendo. You get what I'm saying? I do agree though. Like Nintendo consistently reveals that gameplay is king, but Nintendo also, I think, consistently reveals that we're Nintendo and nobody can do what Nintendo does. You can try, you will fail. And maybe sometimes you can have your successes like Astro Bot. But I think if Sony were to try to replicate and emulate everything that Nintendo does, I don't think it would work. I think they would fail, dude. And I think that failure people would straight up look at that and be like, so you're just trying to do what Nintendo does now, huh? You're just copying Nintendo. Even with something like Astro Bot, even though Sony never makes games like that, I did see people being like, bro, that's just Mario. That's just like Mario Odyssey, bro. And I'm like, shit. So I do understand why Sony's like, yeah, we need to get that photorealistic Ghost of Tsushima 2, and we're going to need Naughty Dog to, like, you know, blow people's minds again with the level of detail in their games, as well as hopefully some crazy storytelling. And I get that. But gameplay is king, man. And I want to see all of Sony Studios improve gameplay wise. Yeah, I'm not against that, Rashdam. I agree. You're saying all they need to do is just focus on the gameplay first and foremost. I agree. I think everything else could suffer. The graphics, the storytelling, the acting, maybe even to an extent the level design. But if the gameplay, games need to feel really, really good and fun to play. They just have to feel good. I don't even know if I want to use the word fun all the time because it doesn't have to just be fun. They can feel intense. They can feel thrilling. You know, they can feel over the top. But they have to feel good. They have to leave you with that feeling of like, I want to keep playing. I don't want to put the controller down. It's not easy. It has to feel satisfying. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Satisfaction. Creating a satisfying gameplay loop is possibly the hardest thing to do. I'm not a game dev, but I would imagine that's probably the hardest thing to do in gaming. A truly satisfying gameplay loop. That's not just like being bullshit, you know? I feel like there are some things that certain video games do where they it's like the low-hanging fruit type shit. It's like, we're just going to kind of exploit your dopamine pathways with the imagery you're seeing on screen. Like, you know what I mean? Something a little bit deeper than that, certainly. But I don't know, man. What I do know is we are about to approach the 4-hour mark, and I think this is going to wrap this up here today, guys. So, I'm just going to double check one last time, make sure I didn't miss any, because I didn't hear the notification go off, but sometimes it glitches out. I just want to make sure I didn't miss any direct donations. We are good on that. And so, yeah, this is going to wrap up today's stream. I just want to, before I head out, thank everybody for all of the continued support. For anybody who watched live, also a shout out to anybody who watches them later on. Thank you guys so much for that. Big shout out to this community. We hit 52 members gifted today. Love to see it. A lot of great support for the memberships today. We will have members content coming later on this week. And I also want to thank everybody who dropped super chats. I noticed that you guys have been dropping more super chats, getting more involved in the conversation. And just want to say that I really appreciate that. It makes all the difference, man. So it's awesome to be able to do these streams. It's awesome to be able to create video content. It's awesome to be able to talk this extensively with you guys about this stuff. So just a big shout out to this community. You guys make it all possible. I also want to make sure I give a shout out to Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter does the timestamps. He said he might be a little bit late with the timestamps for the stream. Not a big deal, man. I just very much appreciate that you're doing them and helping the community out. So take all the time you need. But nonetheless, Devil Shooter, thank you for what you do. Very much appreciate it. And if you guys see him in the comments, you know what I always say, show him some love, show him some thanks. I know he really appreciates it. The only other thing I want to ask you guys to do as you're heading out is just hit that like button. We're sitting at 251 likes. See if we can maybe get that up to 260, 275. Definitely helps. And we should have another stream coming tomorrow. My expectation is Sony's going to announce the state of play tomorrow. So I'm still going to go live at the same time at 12 p.m. Eastern, but I don't know. There's a good chance we may end up changing the title and thumbnail and stuff because you know how it is. Sometimes I go live and it's like, boom, Sony drops the news. I imagine I will be ranting tomorrow. I'm going to make a prediction right now. We'll see if I'm right. My prediction for tomorrow is we're gonna put up a stream, and I'm gonna have to change the title and thumbnail because Sony's gonna announce the state of play, and we're gonna spend that stream covering the announcement of the state of play. But I'm gonna rant, or there's gonna be frustration during that stream, whether it be from me or you guys or both, because Sony's gonna explicitly state in this state of play blog post that they're not showing first party games. Exciting times. Exciting times, guys. Anyway, that does it. I'm out. I'm going to go get some dinner soon. And yeah. So, all right. Enjoy the rest of your day, evening, or night. I will catch you guys here tomorrow. Oh, and I did put a video out there earlier. If you didn't catch it, go check that out. But, all right. Until next time, guys. Thank you and take care.